Great dart, double 16.
Yeah, Sean,
A pincher for the Highlander.
Oh, and it's on.
Game shot on the match.
One word, ouch. He said again, because he's already hit the big fish once tonight. But not too many players enjoyed it. Oh, Jansen enjoy this. Oh, I love it!
Full flag.
Another, and that's a perfect guide for Dart 2. Double 8 for a 136 finish, and that may well be the spark for Martin Thomas. Well, Mills is threatening a third consecutive break at the beginning of this game. Atkins being forced to take out the 154, and he's going to get a dart at top to do exactly that.
Good evening and welcome along to the Modus Super Series, where the second half of Series 9 has begun in earnest, and by the end of play this evening, the 7th name will be etched into the Champions League Roll of Honour. It's been a week filled with big names playing in big games, and these are the Super 6 that are going to be in action tonight. 2024 has been a golden year for John Henderson, the World Seniors and Match Play Champion, looking to win a Super Series week. Can Crabtree lost in the Champions League final to Andreas Harrison in May. He's looking to return to the big night tonight. Captain Kirk is looking to ascend to the summit. He mismatched darts to win a week in Series 7. He's back in another final here. Well, Danny Jansen is 2 from 2. He has a perfect record in qualifying through to finals nights. As for Martin Thomas, he's been away for about a year, but it's like he's never been away as he returns to the Saturday night setup. And it turns out third time is the charm for Jamie Atkins. The trials and tribulations are over as he finally secures a Saturday night berth. Should be a very interesting evening. In fact, we've got 5 of the top 20 in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, all in action this evening. And we're going to be watching it in the company of Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner. Great to see you both. Laura, I want to start off by talking to you because it is such a big name lineup here at the Live Lounge this evening at the Super Series. You look at the likes of John Henderson, you look at the likes of Cam Crabtree, big name players who have played in some of the biggest games in this building. This could be a special night of darts.
Yeah, I think we say it quite often, don't we? That, you know, each week you think any one of these can win it. And once again, you wouldn't be surprised if anyone lifted that trophy. But as you say, the likes of HENDO, who was so dominant throughout Group A, and Cam obviously just got better day on day. So it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, it's crunch time now. And I guess in the words of the Highlander, there can be only one that gets the place into Champions Week.
What's been your assessment of the week overall, Matt?
It's been good. It's been a very good week. I've been really enjoying watching it unfold. And actually, I think there's so many stories coming in tonight. We've got people like Jamie Atkins making his first appearance on a Saturday night. We've got people like John Henderson, who's in an incredible run of form at the moment. And so many different stories and so many different leads to get us through to what we're going to have with a great Saturday night. And we've got quite a bumper crowd in here tonight, so there's going to be a bit of atmosphere down there as well. So I think we're going to get a very, very good Saturday night.
Well, let's run through how we've got to this point on Saturday evening. Group A got underway on Monday morning. John Henderson won it. He was the dominant force in the group. He's in such a good vein of form right now, Laura, is John Henderson. He's won the World Seniors Championship this week. This year. He's won the World Match Play in recent times. He looks as if his game is in such a good place at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, and a good, a well-playing John Henderson is just a delight for the rest of us to watch as well. And as you say, he's just continuing that form. He's building up again and again. We come to expect it from John, and he's obviously found his stride here. He's never not made it through to a finals night. That continues, but whether he makes it through to Champions Week, that's another question because it's a strong field.
John Henderson through to the finals. We then divvy the players up into groups B and C. We watched Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. It was a group that was won by Martin Thomas, making his first appearance here in 11 months. Interesting, he's been speaking throughout the course of the week. He doesn't feel like he's playing at his ultra high level, but what he was able to do was enough in the key moments to get him over the line, particularly in tight matches.
Me and Martin Thomas did disagree on his assessment of his performance. He thought it was a bit erratic. He didn't think it was very good, but I think it was very consistent, and I thought it was very good. He dominated that group from start to finish. A lot of eyes was on players like Jamie Atkins in that group, but Martin Thomas, big moments when he needed them, good levels of control across the game, and timing. Never let his opponent come back to the board, never gave away too many opportunities. There wasn't legs where he was missing a handful of darts at the double and having to rely on misses from his opponent. It was all in his own hands and a good level of control. If he performs the same way tonight, now, the question is, does he believe it? I think if he performs the same way, he is a real contender tonight. But the question is, does he believe it? Because confidence is a big, big thing in this game.
Jamie Atkins, the other player to make it through. He's had such a good 2024. He's played in the England setup. He's got to a Challenge Tour final this year. He seems like one of those players that's just getting better, maybe as the years have gone on. Now he's got a little bit more backing with a sponsor and a management company.
Yeah, he's just growing, isn't he? Like you say, he's had a very good year. He had a very good 23 as well. And I think, you know, to see Jamie up there making the finals as well, you know, for me, I've seen him play. We've played against him at county level and things. And to watch that player go through that process, get better and better, then come here, then make finals night. Again, I know I sound really cliche. I'm not sitting on the fence, I promise. But another name that could quite, you know, lift that title.
Splinters from Laura Turner. Right, into Group B. That was what we were watching on Thursday and Friday evening. It was won by Cam Crabtree, somebody you know very, very well, Laura, coming through the youth system in Surrey. And another player who's having such a golden year in terms of results. Maybe not so much on the PDC circuits, but he's managed to turn potential in this building into somebody who's now a bona fide certified winner here.
Yeah, and Matt was mentioning obviously stories that have come out this week. For me, Cam Crabtree is a story in himself because how he picked up the darts, you know, he hasn't been playing in the context of, when you look at someone like the career of John Henderson, Cam is really new to the sport still. So again, just to see him, he has got the confidence. He does believe in his own ability. As you say, at PDC, it's a really tough battleground, isn't it, in the PDC? But he's just getting, again, another player that's a bit like Jamie, just getting better and better. And, you know, I always like to see Cam do well.
And in terms of Aidan Kirk, the captain reeled in the big fish a couple of times. What will be your overall assessment as to how he played in Group B?
I think he's going to be delighted with how he played because you come here and you play well like he did the last time he was here at the Super Series, and that's okay. You've done it once. He's come here and backed that up and done it again. And for Aidan Kirk, he burst onto the scene when he beat Phil Taylor, he beat Peter Wright at the UK Open. And then the problem is you're always judged by those levels. He wasn't judged against a line of progression, and he struggled with that. He struggled to live up to the all of a sudden expectation that was on his shoulders. Now he's sort of been away from the limelight for a little bit, away from the game, and it's almost like because that was so long ago, that was 2014, that was some years back. Now that's 10 years ago. This is a different Aidan Kirk, and it's almost like now this might be where he gets his actual run and gets considered in the light that he should be, and that is a progressing player who's had another fantastic week so far. Next step, can he win a title here? We'll find out tonight.
Danny Jansen's had a really intriguing 2024. He got off to such a good start, winning Challenge Tour titles, winning Development Tour titles. He was top of both of those orders of merit. The middle of the year didn't quite pan out to plan, but there were signs this week that maybe he's just rediscovering his best as we head towards the tail end of the season.
Yeah, I guess the campaign here over the week is probably how you'd sum up this year for Danny. It's, you know, it's just maintaining that consistency and that high level of play, game after game after game. Obviously, he's done enough to get here. Out of all of the field, I guess for me, Danny, he's the one that perhaps just needs that extra level, as I say, the consistency to actually lift the title. But yeah, again, another young, exciting talent that's coming through. And I have to say, I am really a fan of a mullet. So yeah.
You've got to think as well with Danny Jansen, it's not just this year with the Challenge Tour. He did the same with his tour card as well. Hit the ground running, won a Pro Tour early, guaranteed his place in the World Championships, and then very quickly went on to lose his card not long after. So there's a bit of a pattern emerging here for Danny Jansen, starting strong and then tailing off as the campaign goes. This is an opportunity to at least put that right on a smaller spectrum in terms of the length of time.
And most importantly, his dad Marco's here this season. He's got an even more impressive mullet than Danny. Right, let's show you the tournament bracket, how the players got to this point. John Henderson winning Group A on Wednesday. Last night, Cam Crabtree, Aidan Kirk and Danny Jansen booked their places through Group B, whilst Martin Thomas and Jamie Atkins made it through Group C. This is how tonight breaks down. These are the two groups that are in play. John Henderson, Jamie Atkins and Aidan Kirk in an evenly weighted Group 1, whilst Martin Thomas, Cam Crabtree and Danny Jansen will both be playing in Group 2. This is how the odds look for this evening's action. John Henderson goes off the 2-1 favourite. Cam Crabtree at 3-1. You've been here all week, Matt, and to be perfectly honest, they've been the top two in the betting pretty much from dart 1 on Monday morning.
Yeah, absolutely nailed it there, the odds compilers tonight. I can't argue with that in regards to the placements. John Henderson, for me, is the absolute favourite and represents value at 2-1. There's one thing you cannot buy, is confidence and belief in your game. And John Henderson has that. As soon as you get in front of him, he just hits back harder. And that is confidence. You can see it oozing out of him when he's playing. He's not giving too many opportunities. He's not going to lose anything today. You're going to have to beat him. And when you look through the field and you look through the lineup, you listen to the players, you see the emotion of which they've been playing with at times. It became too emotional, too invested. Henderson won't have that tonight. Crabtree, probably the one that's most likely to challenge him, and that's why he's second favourite. Nailed it tonight, the odds compilers.
Two questions in one, Laura. Henderson and Crabtree, are they the standout players, and is there anybody that can come through the outside of the field?
Yeah, we've seen it here previously on many an occasion where someone who, you don't see winning it comes up, takes the title. It's all on the night. It starts, it's live. But yeah, I agree. I think they are the two standout players for me, but it starts. Anything can happen.
Well, thank you both. We'll hear from both of you in the commentary box throughout the course of the evening. Our first match of the night is a meeting between Jamie Atkins, who finished second in Group C on Friday afternoon, up against the Highlander, who won Group A. He's having a superb 2024, is John Henderson, the World Seniors Champion, the World Match Play Champion, and is looking to become a Super Series champion for a second time. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players to gauge their thoughts ahead of tonight's final. Jamie, did it feel more like relief than anything else when you got over the line last night?
Yeah, it did. It got the monkey off my back. You could see it in some of my performances that I just put too much pressure on myself. So yeah, it was a massive relief.
So now you're through to the final. Does it feel like you could play with a little bit more freedom this evening?
Yeah, absolutely. I take this now as a complete new tournament. Look at it as a straight knockout. Mm-hmm. Every game you need to win.
In terms of the performances this week, you happy overall with the level you've played at?
Really happy with Thursday. Yesterday was a little bit of a struggle, but yeah, overall, it's there.
And it's a big night, it's a big occasion. You've got a lot of people coming to support you, whether that be family, whether that be friends, whether that be stable mates. Are you looking forward to that? And does that add a bit of a pressure on the shoulders, knowing that there's so many people coming here to support you this evening?
No, not at all, because I know everyone's in it with me. So having them here is just going to make it a little bit easier for me, relax me a little bit.
I wish you all the very best, Jamie. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
John, really good week for yourself here at the Super Series, winner of Group A, and some really good darts en route as well.
Yes, it was. There was some dodgy stuff as well, but no, I'm comfortable from the very first go. So I had a bad game against I lost my very first game, but no, I settled in and played well for the rest of the week. Yeah.
What's been the most pleasing aspect, particularly in that Group A? What was the part of your game you were most happy with?
Well, the doubles have always been an Achilles for me, and the doubles were going in. So if I can hit my double, my scoring's always been there. I normally give myself enough time. But the doubles was the pleasing bit for me this week. Yeah.
You won the match play a few weeks ago. You must feel like you're in a real purple patch of form right now.
Oh, definitely. I'm playing well. So, and obviously, when you win titles, you get the belief again. I'm playing with a smile on my face again. I'm enjoying darts. I'm getting the opportunities where I didn't have a couple of years ago. So. No, as long as this winning run goes, I'll continue playing. Playing well.
When you dropped off tour a couple of years ago, could you imagine you would have enjoyed the game as much as you have done now?
No, definitely not. When I lost my card, I just said, where's my darts going? So we sat down with manager and my wife, and we just said, where's my going? And obviously the opportunities now with non-tour card holders is massive. This Modus Super Series, and obviously turning 50, getting the seniors as well. So the opportunities is there, and I'm grabbing it with both hands, and I'm enjoying it.
And just finally, if you win tonight, you'll have the biggest gap between first and second win at the Super Series. 7 series between when you won on debut. Do you feel like it's overdue now, a win here?
I think so, yeah. So I've been in the finals now quite a few times now, and I haven't won it since my first one. So maybe I need to start putting that kind of figures right. But it's going to be a hard game tonight. There's a lot of top players here tonight. So if my game break comes there, I've got as much a chance as anybody.
I wish you all the very best this evening, John. Good luck.
Top man, Henry. Cheers, Paul.
Getting the chance to win it in style.
HS 14 top scores.
Brilliant.
And the World Seniors Championship stays in Scotland.
He's got his own route. And it's a route to success as well.
Double 18. Henderson hits. Henderson wins.
The Highlander, Big John Henderson!
Oh, what a sucker punch that is.
One may argue that John Henderson at this present moment in time is winning titles at a rate that he's never done so before in his career. The reigning World Seniors and the reigning World Match Play Champion begins his campaign against an improver in 2024 in Jamie Atkins, the man from the Midlands, a Challenge Tour title winner this year. Is he being watched on by his good friend and tour card holder Danny Lauby this evening? This could be a blockbuster way to kickstart the night's action here, the live lounge in Portsmouth, and in the commentary box it's Laura Turner alongside Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry, and good evening to everyone joining us for finals night, week 7 here of the series. Halfway through, we know half the names into Champions Week. We now fill up the field. One more place going to be awarded at the end of today. John Henderson is a man who's been picking up titles left, right and centre over the 2024. Can he pick up a title here at the Super Series? He said he's been in finals night many times before. 6 times he has graced the stage on a Saturday night, taking on a man here in Jamie Atkins who does so for the first time.
Through first. Game on.
Paul Hinks, your referee for all the action. He's graced many world stages, certainly at the final stage, but this one for me is all going to come down to a little bit of emotion, because Jamie Atkins was showing quite a lot in his qualification week. Joining me this evening, Laura Turner. Welcome to
100.
the Super Series.
Yeah, thank you. Really looking forward to seeing how this all pans out. It's quite easy, isn't it? We look at stats and we look at figures and we look at kind of the run of form that players have been on. And it's still so difficult to call. I know Henry kind of accused me of having splinters earlier, but I do genuinely think of all the nights, this feels like it's going to be one that runs really, really close.
Yeah, you can look at the stats, you can look at the data, you can look at all that information. It all reads quite well for most of the players. You can cherry pick that bit of information to make a case for any of the players tonight. However, for me, this is all about keeping those emotions in check, keeping it in control, and ultimately that can come down to experience, which, when you take all those categories and all of them ingredients, John Henderson ticks every box. Confidence right now, picking up all those titles, and experience of these sort of situations.
Yeah, it was interesting just listening to him
100.
talk to Henry earlier, and just playing with a smile on his face. I think sometimes it's really underrated. If you're in a sport, especially a solo sport like darts, if you're not enjoying it or you're not comfortable or you don't have that confidence, it's really quite difficult. Very hard to find your best.
Absolutely, you find you're always looking for something.
96.
And I was looking for tops there. Just comes a little bit low, but plenty of time on his side. Jamie Atkins not quite hitting the ground running here. Just needing a leg to settle in, but it looks like he's starting to find his groove.
140.
Just maybe too late for leg 1.
Getting shot on the first
Right,
leg.
indeed,
John
too late there for Jamie
Henderson.
Atkins in the opening leg, but now he has the darts. Now this is where
Second leg,
Jamie's
Jamie
really going to
through
kick on,
first.
because
Game
as
on.
we've mentioned on many a finals night, if you lose your opener, not great, but not a complete disaster, but you want that scoreline to be tight.
100.
I mean, just going into the thought process and the mind of Jamie Atkins, when you get to a Saturday night for the first time, you're excited, you're looking forward to it, you're up there in front of a crowd, chance to book a place in Champions Week, and the first person you have to play is John Henderson, and not just John Henderson, who is a bit of a cult hero, but an informed John Henderson. Now, instantly, you must think,
60.
get up there, run it close, take your chances if they present themselves, but you look ahead to the other player in the group, which is Kirk, and you think, that's the game I have to win.
100.
Yeah, as I say, it's a rather reinvigorated version of John Henderson, picking up titles throughout the year.
140.
Daunting prospect for even the most seasoned campaigner, but as you say, it's the first time for Jamie here on finals night.
He has got support with him today, Jamie Atkins. Just gone down and seen his father Dave, who's won the 9-dart challenge, picking up a signed dartboard here at the Super Series, one of the little features of a Saturday night.
136.
Former PDC player Pete Allen also down here, and he's got his
42.
daughters
Jamie Carr,
and his son
24.
Chloe, Tyler and Reese. They'll be cheering him on right now on this double 12. Make that 6.
Game shot on the second leg. Jamie
And
Atkins.
he gives them something to get involved in. Big family affair.
Third leg shot on the
Jamie
third
Atkins.
first. Game on.
Yeah, brilliant response there from Atkins. Hendo in that leg kicked off with the 180. Didn't look like he was giving him much of a look in, but Atkins really did dig deep there, and he really had to.
140.
Well, I think that's the best way of putting it. Not giving him a look in, because that's what you've got to do with John Henderson now. He's not going to lose anything. You've got to beat him. That's the only way you're going to
96.
take something off him. You've got to outperform him, and to do that, you've got to be around about that 5-visit block, because Henderson very rarely goes over 18 darts in a leg.
54.
To do that, you've got to be averaging over 83, which Jamie Atkins for the week, averaging 86.85, so we know he can do it. We know he can
93.
keep up with that pace, and that's not just here. He's been around that for his seasonal stats as well. So John Henderson will be aware he's got a bit of a game on his hands here.
100.
As much as we're flagging this up as, can Jamie beat John?
Oh yeah, the way that darts is played now, you know, the margins, they're so fine. Just one small mistake from either player
145.
could go the other way, and that's great setup play there from Atkins.
Down to a finish after 9. And you say small margins, they are literally on the wire, but there's only 10 points scored, and he doesn't
31.
recover the
Jamie
situation.
Carr, 167.
An opportunity presenting itself here for Jamie Atkins. He's got 6 darts at the 167. Didn't need to go for the treble 19 to leave the ball. He's ended up
135.
setting up where he wants it to be on the double 16. That's Danny Lauby, a player that's been successful on this stage before going on to get his PDC tour card.
136.
To support his friend,
32.
and he'll like what he's seen so far.
Game shot on the third leg. Jamie
That's
Atkins.
brilliant. 13 dart break, a throw there for Jamie Atkins.
Fourth leg, Jamie to through first.
Just giving John Henderson a little bit to think about.
Game on.
I said he's got some family support. We could hear a bit of a roar there. That was the voice of Dave Atkins, father of Jamie. Very passionate about his
140.
son's development. Always has been. Always been a big follower. Put his own darts aside a lot of the time to support his sons, which I'm sure, Laura, something you'll probably know about coming from a
62.
darting family yourself.
Yeah, I was actually thinking quite a lot of players that we see on the darting tour. You know, it is a very family-orientated sport, and yeah, I've got 2 daughters. One who
58.
is completely darts mad, sat up in the audience here with me, getting her first Super Series experience as well.
48.
What's it like being in a darting family? Is it one of those things where you get more nervous watching the family than playing yourself?
Absolutely, I'd much rather be playing. You know,
58.
you're in control of it, aren't you? When you're watching, you know, a loved one play, and especially if, you know, things aren't quite going their way, it's agonising. It really is.
You just want to tag yourself in and try and help them out a bit.
81.
Yeah, I wish that was an option. That would be an interesting concept.
Yeah, I'd tag in Luke Humphries for me.
Yeah, I'd take Luke Littler maybe.
100.
Got a feeling there might be high fees to get them involved. Well, all the pre-show build-up, all the expectation was all
59.
about John
Jamie Carr,
Henderson, but
145.
Jamie Atkins here is in a very good position to put himself a leg away from picking up a victory against the Highlander and putting himself in a very good position here on his first time on a Saturday night.
46.
That is possibly the worst start he could have thrown in that situation, because it guarantees now a 3-dart combination.
$132. Jamie Carr, 99.
double 16.
Game shown the
The
fourth
three
leg.
dart combination
Jamie Atkins.
didn't prove too problematic there for Jamie Atkins.
Fifth leg, John through
I
first.
like that bit
Game
of
on.
fire in Jamie Atkins tonight. He's going along with this with the crowd. He's feeding off the energy that generates. Sometimes it's hard to do that in an empty room when it's just you and your
84.
opponent up there in the midweek phase. And we saw Jamie Atkins in that qualifying period where he got close to the finishing line, missing opportunities, standing at the back of the stage, holding onto his head. He lived and breathed every
96.
moment to get to this stage. And now he's here, he's stepping it up. When we take a look at the statistics for this game, he is serving it up to John Henderson.
140.
We said you need to raise your game to beat this man, and Jamie Atkins is finding his best.
$100.
Two down from Dan Lowby's, the one with the bald head.
57.
Yeah, the one thing though I will say with John Henderson, he has that quality, that ability that
98.
even when he's behind, you can never really shake him off. Jamie Atkins, I mean, just has to keep pushing, keep applying the pressure.
100.
Yeah, absolutely. Henderson, the picture of consistency. Jamie
95.
Atkins is threatening
John
not just a bit of an
120.
upset here, but one by a sizable scoreline, which really does matter on a Saturday night.
90.
And he's going to approach the
Jamie
hockey
Carr,
here with an
112.
opportunity to beat the Highlander. A little bit tricky, shuffles to the left to try and open up the target.
Yeah, really was a good effort there from Jamie Atkins, but as you say, that first start, the lie was just made the second one awkward.
54. John Carr, 30.
This to reduce the deficit. And it doesn't
No
go
score.
for John Henderson.
Jamie
And
Carr,
a really
58.
big opportunity here for Jamie Atkins.
You'll be expecting two match darts.
$38.
Two match darts for Jamie
John
Atkins
Carr,
have come
30.
and gone. And that was for a very big scoreline that would have put him in good stead. The opportunity may not have passed.
22. Jamie Carr,
Yeah, it
20.
hasn't. Big moments here once again for Jamie Atkins.
Game shown the mark. Jamie
And
Atkins.
it is Jamie Atkins that takes the win over John Henderson by 4 legs to 1. A really, really strong, solid performance from Atkins throughout to upset the chances of the Highlander progressing through the group stages. And there you see the average, 91.22, 4 from 7 on the outer ring, including that high checkout of 99. Well, do join us, because coming up next, Crabtree takes on Danny Jansen.
Very good dart, he's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here and he's...
Definitely not home. It's definitely
he thinks
not
it's
home.
it.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Level 7 now, for sure. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You're making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second, okay.
Up we
Hold
come.
on. We're
What's your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game and nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
One of them things he either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Joe!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. When John Henderson took out the opening leg against Jamie Atkins, it looked like it was going to be business as usual for the Highlander. But the man from the Midlands winning 4 on the spin and, of course, a little bit of an upset in the opening game of the evening session. A 4-1 success for him means that he's just a few legs away from qualifying for the semi-finals. Game 2 sees a 6th meeting of the week for Danny Jansen and Cam Crabtree. They both came into Group A together. They've both been spending a lot of time together. And they both played in Group B, where they both made it through. Cam winning the group, losing his first game on both nights, but then recovering well. He can't afford a slow start this evening. Up against the Dutchman, who's made it through to a second finals night in his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players. Danny, through to finals night this evening, how would you assess your week overall?
I think I played well, but I also think I had hard games sometimes. Got a little bit unlucky here and there, but I think overall I had a lot in the 90s. My doubles was really well this week, so yeah, I still think I played really well.
Do you think it was the case, particularly in Group B, getting it right when it mattered the most?
Yeah, I think the matches what I really needed to win, I won, and I was of course a little bit unlucky here and there, and then 167, 170, 2 times against me. So yeah, that was what it was. But I won the matches what matters the most, so I was happy with that.
You had a very good start to the year, a little bit of a rocky patch in the middle of it. Do you feel like rediscovering the best of Danny Jansen at the end of the year?
Feels for sure way better than I did in the middle. So I think now in the end of the year, maybe it is just back in just on time to get on my level, what I know I can play. So hopefully you're right with that.
Back into the final on a Saturday and didn't quite work out last time. Is it a case of just going a few better this time to see what happens?
Yeah, last time I didn't get out of the group, so my target is for sure to get out, and then what comes, it comes.
And finally, a bit of a family occasion, is it? Because your dad Marco's here this evening.
Yeah, he is here. He got in yesterday, so yeah, he was really excited that I got through as well.
Well, we wish you all the very best, Danny. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cam, would this week be a case of getting better as the days have gone along?
Yeah, definitely. I've a bit of like an up and down year, to be honest, but I've been practicing probably the last 2-3 weeks, been practicing hard like I was last year, and I feel like it's making a difference, and I knew that I had the level. It's just getting it back out of myself, and I think I've done that progressively through the week.
It was a slow start on Monday and Tuesday. What particularly clicked on the last day of Group A and then in Group B subsequently?
Well, I think for a start, I knew that I had to do so. I wanted to go into Group B because I just prefer the evenings, and it's a better chance of getting here. So I knew that I had to, pick myself up, and I think I was just a bit more, got a bit more dialed in.
And in terms of your performances and in terms of when your best performances come, do you feel like you're a player that has to play that edge, have something riding it, where perhaps on a Monday and Tuesday in Group A, there's maybe not so much of that?
Yeah, I also think it helps that I don't like getting up in the morning. That doesn't really work
for
me on a Monday and Tuesday, or a Wednesday really. But yeah, I think it's difficult in a round robin because not anyone ever wants to lose, but you can lose and still win. And I don't really like that. I'd rather just get in there and win, which I know I haven't done that, but it's trying to get your head into a mindset where you do that. And I was struggling with that.
And so in terms of tonight, the fact it's a bit more knockout. Okay, you've got the couple of pool games, but they're effectively knockout matches. Your record here is really good in the past as well. Does the Saturday night really suit your game?
You get a buzz on a Saturday, And everyone comes down here to make Saturday. That's all it's about. And winning, obviously. But now I'm here. I'm excited. There's still that knockout element because you want to finish top. You want to throw first in the semi. So, yeah, I want to finish top. You don't want to lose a game tonight. I want to win every game and have the trophy at the end.
We wish you well, Cam. Good luck.
Thank you very much, mate.
Cam Crabtree!
Double 18. It's absolutely wonderful.
Oh, wow.
And just when he needs something like that, he replicates what he did in his first.
Game shot and the man!
Well, this is a bit of a heavyweight second match here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Cam Crabtree and Danny Jansen both having good years on the Challenge Tour and the Development Tour. Danny winning a title on both. Cam Crabtree, of course, came within a dart of winning Champions Week in Series 7. It's our second match of the night as being described by Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, he knocked on the door, didn't he, Cam Crabtree, in order to pick up a big title here, but he's picked up 2 titles, the player who's picked up the most titles of anyone here this week, twice. Cam Crabtree now has picked up a Super Series weekly title. He'll want to go one better and pick up the overall series, but to do that, he's going to have to go through the field tonight, starting with Danny Jansen, who continues his 100% record of getting himself through to a Saturday night. And it was really interesting listening to Cam Crabtree in the interview because all week I've been banging on that Cam Crabtree is the sort of person who tends to struggle a little bit in the group stages, but when it comes to a Saturday night, he finds that buzz.
First leg, Cameron to throw first. Game on.
He finds that next level. And when we look at the week gone by, it's actually been a really solid week for Crabtree. And one thing I noticed looking through the statistics earlier on this
55.
evening is Cam Crabtree has the highest weekly average of any of the players, despite the fact he's played all week. He's played a Group A campaign and a B, 5 days worth of play. And his average is 90.29 over those 23 matches. And despite
96.
having a checkout percentage of just 31. So below standard on the doubles, but yet has an average of 90. Which tells me we expect
100.
to see him outscore his opponents if it continues the way it has.
Yeah, but we all know on the night, I liked it when Cam says, obviously he comes here, he's got that buzz. The goal is the Saturday, but live sport, you know, you can sometimes put like a bit too much pressure on yourself when you've had, especially when you've had success here.
96.
I think for Cam coming back, obviously, you know, he's picked up the title a couple of times, did so well on Champions Night as well, but he's just one of those developing players. He's full of confidence and he just loves the sport.
Well, you can back up your statement of it's all on the night just by looking at game number 1 this evening. Jamie Atkins winning 4-1 against John Henderson, the man who's been picking up pretty much every title in every arena that he's played in recently.
But even if you go back to the way that Hendo was thinking, Hendo said in his interview he did lose his opening match. And I think sometimes, you know, when you think like that, it can go into the match that you're doing. And we know with Cam, he's not always the quickest of starters and he will need to make a quick start.
80. Cam 16.
Break dart there for Danny Jansen.
Game shot
No
the first leg,
problems
Cam
for
Crabtree.
Crabtree. If there was going to be a problem, we did feel it may have came
Second leg, Danny to throw first.
on the
Game
outer
on.
ring, and he's squashed those concerns in the opening leg.
$120.
This might be the last night that you get to see both Cam Crabtree and Danny Jansen here at the Super Series.
95.
Because if they don't win tonight and get themselves through the Champions Week before the next series starts, we're going to have Christmas. We're looking forward to that.
85.
But then we've got Q School on the horizon in January. And also Danny Jansen high in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, an opportunity for him to get a tour card through that system.
96.
And tour card holders are not eligible to play here at the Super Series, so we may be watching for the last time. And with that, is there unfinished business
96.
for Cam with how close he came? Remember a year ago, the Owen Bates Crabtree dynamic, and one won a title, the other one wanted to do it before moving on.
It's always an interesting period of time for me when we know that players that play here at the Super Series, inevitably they will go on, they will get their tour card. Never quite sure who's going to do it, because
140.
Q-score is notoriously
170.
very difficult. As Crabtree looks for the 170. Needs the ball.
127.
Rather
Daniel
kind
Carr,
of
60.
overzealous attempt, I think, there for Crabtree.
A little bit tricky. Probably be quite grateful here to have the open bet.
40.
Doesn't make it
Daniel
pay.
Carr, 43.
This is what Crabtree's been good at doing in these sort of scenarios. Danny Jansen's played a good leg. He's had darts here for a potential 15 darter, which is 100 average if that's how you deal with your data and your stats. But Crabtree has got a chance to break. He's going to get 2 darts.
Eight. Daniel Carr, 20.
Didn't find a way around what would have been a blocker dart there for the angle of entry of which Crabtree's darts enter the board.
Game shown in the second leg. Danny Jansen.
I probably feel a little bit relieving as well there for Danny Jansen.
through first. Game on.
You do sometimes just need that settler leg, especially if you've missed a couple of chances. Obviously, Danny had that dart in the first leg to get an open breaker throat.
99.
Gonna play a little game, Laura. Right. So the guy we just saw on our screens there in between shots when Danny Jansen hit that.
45.
Which one of the players do you think he's related to?
Well, I could hazard a guess. I mean, I think I did mention, the
58.
mullet is a very good hairstyle, but that one of Danny Jansen's father's is exceptional.
45.
There he is, play along at home. Got a feeling if our social team was doing a vote on that, it wouldn't be a very
60.
sort of split decision.
No, it's a bit like earlier when I introduced you to my daughter and you were like, yeah, you're the same person.
Up go the 180 placards, hoisted into the air. Sure they'll get
100.
plenty of movement throughout the evening.
$89.
This is action in Group 2. Martin
60.
Thomas, the
Daniel
other player
Carr,
in this group, waiting in the
142.
wings. As we alternate between Group 1 and Group 2 action, we will keep you informed of all the permutations and possibilities as the night progresses.
124.
This one, very simple. Crabtree just has to take out the 1-2-4 for a 2-1 lead.
$99. Daniel Carr,
Another attempt
20.
on ball, one missed, but by a very slight margin there for Crabtree. But another break opportunity here for Danny Jansen.
Game shown in the third
And
leg.
this is one
Danny
he does
Jansen.
take. 2-1 to Jansen.
Double 5 again
Forward
there
Danny to
for
through first.
Danny Jansen.
Game on.
It's always a nervy double, isn't it? Double 5. Because you don't leave it on purpose. You tend to find you're there because you've been missing other opportunities. And
58.
you've always got that fear of coming inside and the odd number problem.
Yeah, I think,
100.
any double could prove problematic, especially for myself. But you've got the 9, 7, the 5, the 3, just all those low odd numbers. Yeah, they're not
95.
nice. And the less said about double 1, the better.
We've had a lot of people leave it on purpose this week on 5. Go big 3, double 1.
140.
I think Danny Jansen was one of those players.
140. $100.
Yeah, so far this match taking a similar vein to our opener, where John Henderson went into the 1-0
92.
lead and then
Cam
lost
Carr,
4-1. And
161.
potential here. If Cam can't see off the 1-6-1, it could go the same way.
82.
Danny Jansen's
Daniel Carr,
finishing today has been good,
116.
and he's been taking a lot of these big tumpless checkouts throughout the week. It's been a bit of a feature of his game. Not going to add to it on this occasion, but Crabtree has a bit of work to do on the 79.
92. Camera car 79. Game shot in the fourth leg.
And Worky is up to the task. We'll talk about living every single moment. You can see that all across the face there, can't you? Drama.
It's what Saturday nights are all about here at the Super Series. We love a bit of drama.
One of them, 40. One of them, 40.
Crabtree there just trying to find a 180 of his own. Fell short, but would have taken the 140.
90.
And it narrowly misses the treble 20 target on 2 occasions there.
81.
Down to a finish after 9. And it may not be enough here, because Danny Jansen is finding, he's attacking.
120.
What a horrible time to get a bounce. There's never a good time, but in this, when it's getting into the meat of the battle and both players are really starting to raise their games.
130. Daniel Carr,
For a 12 darter for Crabtree. Cue panic stations.
71. Camera car 10.
This time it's Crabtree looking at double 5.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
The target.
Crabtree.
Sometimes you see in those situations that your players, they opt to actually switch because when you've got 3
Six
darts
leg
in
Danny
hand,
to
2
do
double
first.
4, because it
Game
breaks
on.
down better. But I think that just shows the kind of confidence that you've got with Crabtree at the moment.
There's 3 games in this one, one on double 5.
93.
A real high quality contest here between the pair.
58.
Couple of maximums in the favour of Danny Jansen, both running in the mid-90s. Suppose they're doing the minimum requirement here. You don't want to lose strong. Keep the game close. If you're going to lose in a tight game. Keep your hopes and your prospects alive for as long as you can.
96.
Because the formula is 2 points and a plus leg difference to get you through to the semi-finals.
98.
And it's quite interesting because Cam and Danny, they know each other quite well off the oche. They're good friends. I don't know if you've ever found yourself in those scenarios where you're playing people that you know and you're friendly with. I know it's all left, at, backstage, but it is difficult.
Do you have a preference? Personally, I love it. I love playing someone I get on well with, especially if you're rooming with them. As long as you don't lose, that is.
It doesn't always go to plan, does it?
Daniel Carr, 85.
Might just be a dart at the ball. Oh, he's wayward.
70.
Yeah, an irony there, does find the ball.
Is that the same hole as well? The same mistake for sure. Just looking into the crowd there at his mum and his auntie. The hands are on the head. They're literally living this with Cam.
Game shown the 6th leg.
And they're going to have to live it
Jansen.
a little bit longer. We go to a last leg shootout for the first time tonight. Expect to hear that quite a lot with these players. We expect these games to be tight and close throughout the night.
Yeah, and they're those fine margins that we were talking about earlier. That one slip there from Cam Crabtree, couldn't finish from 105 with 2 darts in hand. Offers up the opportunity to Danny Jansen, who obliges. We've got a level match and a third 180 for Danny Jansen.
Well, Crabtree did allude to the fact that he wanted to win all his games tonight, so he had the advantage of throw, and this is why. Because
96.
In this situation, those 3 darts could be the key.
45.
Oh, Jansen threw everything into that. Even lost height in the throw. Lost the height in the knee on the balance leg. That's the lead leg.
58.
little bit of a technical breakdown there. Something we've seen throughout the week as well, and he normally fixes it by just throwing the dart even harder.
Yeah, there are some players you just wouldn't want to be the dartboard when they're stepping up to the hockey. That kind of fierce follow through.
That's a perfect dart. That's inviting.
140.
He'd have been expecting to have heard Paul Hinks calling out the big maximum, but damage done. It's got down to a 1 treble combo.
100. Camera car,
where they're both going to reside.
Yeah, that was an important last start there for Danny Jansen. Just tapping on the shoulder here of Cam Crabtree.
Wrong bed for Crabtree.
Daniel Carr, 118.
So Jansen's going to get an opportunity. Same sort of combination, just needs the 1 treble. Doesn't find it. Crabtree
94.
will be back.
Camera car, 16.
He's just found it in the last throw. He found it earlier on in the match with 1 dart. Can he find it again for the match?
Taking his time, trying to compose himself. Hands on the hip for Danny Jansen, and that's the one that hurts the most. When you stood at the back of the stage and you're hoping for the opportunity, the last start just breaks your heart. But Cam Crabtree shows composure to get over the line there and pick up the victory. A real quality game. We nearly lost our favourites in the early part in regards to their victories. John Henderson went down. Cam Crabtree, the second favourite of the night, shows his class. Paul Hinks embraces with the players because it was a high-quality battle throughout. There's your averages, there's your stats. Crabtree's up and running, 2 points on the board. Jansen did his part, he's got some legs on the board, but our attention moves back to Group 1. Jamie Atkins, who picked up a victory earlier on against John Henderson, takes on Aidan Kirk.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw two good mates provide us with a real good match. Cam Crabtree edging Danny Jansen by 4 legs free. Both players averaging deep in the 90s in that contest, and Crabtree one step closer towards the semi-finals a little bit later on this evening. Our third match of the session sees Jamie Atkins back in action. He got the better of John Henderson by 4 legs to 1 in his opening match of the evening, which means a couple of legs for him in this game will be good enough for him to qualify for the semi-finals a little bit later on this evening. His opponent, Aidan Kirk, making it through to a third consecutive finals night here at the Live Lounge in Paul. He's been perfect in that record, and he missed match starts on his debut to qualify for Champions Week against Andy Davidson. He's looking to make it third time the charm, and I caught up with him earlier on this evening. Well, Aidan, your perfect record in terms of qualifying through to Saturday nights here at the Super Series continues. How would you reflect upon your week so far?
Up and down. I've not played anything like I can. Consistency-wise, it's not really been there. When I've played bad, it's been bad. When I've played good, it's been really good. Finishing's been good, but still getting used to equipment and things like that. So all in all, I'm quite happy with how it's gone.
So with all that bearing in mind, with new equipment and things like playing in a round-robin tournament like this, was a lot of the Challenger Group B just bedding in the new equipment, just seeing how it goes in an environment like this?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, the quality that was in the group was unreal. I mean, I felt for Kevin. First night, he averaged nothing less than a 90 and finished bottom of the table. So I was quite lucky to be sitting in second after the first night. I was quite happy with that.
What was the most pleasing aspect of this week so far for you?
Again, telling myself that I can compete with these kind of players. Cam, he's been on the Pro Tour. He's got into a final. Danny has won a Pro Tour. So it's kind of justifying it to myself, because I do doubt myself from time to time, that I can compete with these kind of players.
So in some senses, actually, the harder the challenge it is for yourself, the better it can be for yourself, because anything that does nag in the back of your mind, if you get good wins, you get good results against the top players, you sense, actually, I've got worth of belonging at this level.
Yeah, kind of like that. But yeah, just to do my own thing, just go up there, enjoy it and play with a smile, and that's all I try and do.
Just finally try and overcome the disappointment of Davidson a couple of series ago?
Yeah, I've got to get there first. But yeah, if I qualify through the first stage tonight, I'll be really happy, because again, John and Jamie are quality players. So yeah, I'll just take it game by game and see where we end up.
Wish you well, Aidan. Good luck.
Thank you.
Mighty Tops, a superb checkout indeed to take the opening leg with a topper. Tops, and it is 3-1. That's a 12 darter. He continues his perfect streak. Double 19, double 19. Oh, the captain comes up with a massive shot.
So, Jamie Atkins, first time into a finals night, could be the first time into a semi-final. And if he wins this game against Aidan Kirk, he'll win the group. If Aidan Kirk can win this game by 4-0 scoreline, he'll be through with a game to spare. It's match 3 of our night, as described by Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, we do move our attention back now to group number 1. John Henderson, the other player in this group, who went down 4-1 to Jamie Atkins, who just needs 2 legs to secure himself a first appearance in the semi-final. This is first time in a finals night, and he really did rise to the occasion. Aidan Kirk's been here before. He's never not made it through to a Saturday night. This is third time here at the Super Series, and every single occasion has got to the finals. Not won a week yet, but he'll be hoping to put that right. He was much better yesterday than he was on day number 1. He said he was a bit inconsistent. The range suggests a low of 76 and a high of 96, but he did give us a 167 finish. He gave us 2 big fish finishes yesterday.
Game on.
And he did have a very unusual pre-match routine yesterday. He went down the seafront, he had fish and chips, and he had ice cream. Laura, would you do the same today? Would you be superstitious and be off to the chippy?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there are a lot of different quirks that dart players have. I don't know if you've got any kind of superstitions or quirks you do, but mine ranges from, like, you know, I've actually waited to use a specific cubicle in a toilet before because I've had a good win and I only use that one and I will stick to it. You know, they can be slightly debilitating, I'll be honest, you know, but anything from a lucky pair of socks to that. So yeah, to my detriment sometimes. I have got some silly superstitions.
So what you say is you believe Aidan Kirk has full well been to the exact same chip shop with the exact same order.
82.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I would be doing it anyway. Actually, despite having a severe allergy to fish.
60.
I take it you don't have any superstitions, Matt?
Not that I'm aware
44.
of, but I probably do some quirky things. I'm not going to deny it. I know, right, my superstition is I have a messy
59.
bedroom.
That's not a superstition. You keep telling yourself that, but that is not.
Well, the missus might be watching, you see, so I can get away with it.
60.
Jamie Atkins just a couple of legs away from qualifying. He's looking good
97.
here to get
Jamie
one of
Carr,
them.
121.
Triple A team would have left the bullseye.
89.
He goes
Aidan
one
Carr,
better, leaves himself double
136.
16. Can Aidan Kirk add to his big finishers this week? Not on this occasion.
No, and the lie of that first start was really inviting.
104.
Does clean up
Jamie Carr,
nicely.
32.
Atkins with the first shot at 32 for the opener.
Game shown in first leg, Jamie Atkins.
2 legs needed for Jamie Atkins to confirm his passage to the semi-finals. He's halfway
Second leg Aidan
there.
through first. Game on.
Now, ultimately for Jamie Atkins, he's also in a position where he could guarantee his group win. Because if he beats Aidan Kirk, he will win the group, which will
140.
guarantee him the advantage of throwing first in the semi-final. So plenty to play for here for Atkins, and that would serve it down to Aidan Kirk in a straight head-to-head shoot
134.
with John Henderson.
And you mentioned it in Jamie's first match. You just saw this different
42.
fire, this different passion.
So that there, Pete Allen was a PDC player himself back in the day. He was actually travelling around a lot with Steve Beaton when they used to live in the
58.
Southam area. And when we talk about quirky things, and quirky things that dart players do, Pete Allen had some. So Pete Allen was a player who really suffered with dartitis.
100.
And one of the ways in which he combated that was to have 4 darts. So, I mean, I've tried it before myself, but they wouldn't let me throw the 4th one and let it count.
99.
If they did, I reckon I could have got a little bit higher in the rankings. But they noticed.
140.
It's a solid idea. But yeah.
Did it once in the Bullseye Challenge. Glenn Durrant wasn't too
100.
impressed. You'll find that
Eddie
video
Carr, 79.
here on the Super Series YouTube channel.
'71. Jamie Carr, 110.
Aidan Kirk there attacking the double 11, going inside. So Atkins back for 110 for a 2-0 lead.
It was a qualification shot there for Jamie Atkins.
45.
And we've got to remember as well that the game
Eddie Carr,
isn't
8.
just a race to 4. The players have little mini battles along the way, and to Jamie Atkins, that would be like
Game shot in
a
the second
final
leg.
moment.
Aidan Kirk.
Aidan Kirk levels us up. Jamie Atkins now has the
Third
throw
leg,
to
Jamie
try and get it
first.
done, and then can just
Game on.
concentrate on topping the group. But we did see in the group stage Jamie Atkins really living this moment when it got to this point. Wonder if we'll see the drama. I wonder if he knows
60.
the permutations.
I think every player will probably tell you, and rightly so, if they're going up there, they want to win.
59.
It's all about the win. But if you know it is just a couple of legs, that can play on your mind. We've seen players who knew that they needed 1, 2 legs, kind of focus on that and not the
97.
actual win, and actually not end up qualifying.
Well, it's a challenge within the challenge, isn't it? You don't just think about winning the match. It's right, I need a couple of legs, then I've got another challenger trying to win the
140.
match. And you sort of lower the bar a little bit. And ultimately, that becomes harder. I like to reference the cube. Remember that show on TV? Drop the ball in the bucket, you get 10 grand, easy. Oh, well, actually, now I've got to hold it this way. I'm going to move it, and you try and work out the mechanics of it. And you can do that in darts. You can start to work out the mechanics of your throw and try and make sure of something, rather than just trusting that ability.
54. Edukar, 140.
There is a real chance that players do start overthinking, as you say, overcomplicating matters.
Nothing complicated about this situation other than the fact Aidan Kirk's going to be sat waiting to pounce.
100.
Jamie Atkins, 110 points to qualify for the semi-finals. Again,
54.
Get a dart at the combo.
40.
But Aidan Kirk's done some damage this time. 12 darts thrown. He's on a double to break the throw.
Game shot on the third leg. Aidan
Break
Kirk.
throw, he does. 2-1 in favour of Aidan Kirk.
Fourth leg, Aidan to throw first. Game on.
He mentioned in his interview, didn't he, that one of the things that he felt he just was lacking
58.
was that consistency. Well, there's nothing wrong with his performance so far at the moment. 50% on the outer ring. Just under a 94 average.
40.
Well, Jamie's average has dipped by about 9 points. Maybe that's because he's sensing the opportunity. When you take on a player who's in form like
44.
John Henderson, it's easier to attack them because you know you're the underdog, and so many times you like to play the role of the underdog. I mean, one of my
96.
friends in the darting world, Ryan Searle, at the time in the top 16 in the world, and he used to want to be the underdog. He was trying to always paint himself as the underdog, and it's like, you can't be the underdog when you're in the top 16 in the world playing the
78.
qualifier, Ryan. It doesn't work that way.
I think it kind of goes back to exactly what you said when Atkins took on Henderson, in so much as he's here on debut, and then in terms
43.
of making the final, this is his finals debut, and you're faced with John Henderson in the first match. The match that he was probably focused on was this one going into it. So winning by such a strong margin probably has just changed the dynamic of how he sees this group and his position in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
100.
Which changes the challenge. Changes how you feel about the situation.
96.
Something which was almost like not a half opportunity, but something which was a potential opportunity. Now it is very much in his own hands.
180. Edukar, 85.
Beautiful timing. Just going to be a dart at the ball for Aidan Kirk. This could
60.
be Jamie Atkins'
Edukar,
moment.
42.
He's going to get darts now. At the outer ring. That
26.
would have guaranteed his
Edukar,
passage to the
25.
semi-final, and that reaction tells me he knows the situation.
Yeah, 100%. Kirk there, just taking his time. That's a big dart. He knew it, and he's taken it, and it's 3-1 in favour of Aidan Kirk.
Fifth leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
If at 6 o'clock when he was doing his preparations 2.5 hours ago, Jamie Atkins, you said to him, you'll have the
100.
advantage of throw in a leg that will guarantee you a place in the semi-finals in match number 2 of your group. With loads still to play for, he would absolutely have took
58.
this moment here right now. Certainly with Aidan Kirk going off trebleless. This is a touch of
140.
composure and a touch of quality here from Jamie Atkins.
Atkins, one of those players,
96.
he's represented his country, and he's just one of those players I think that's getting better and better. He's really developing, especially over the last couple of years.
86.
Just wayward on the last start, but you feel the damage has already been done here. Aidan Kirk can't leave a finish from this point.
59.
Essentially, this leg is two people trying to win their big moment. Aidan Kirk trying to get
100.
the points on the board and get the win. And Jamie Atkins trying to qualify. Both of them will feel like a winner and would be a winner should they win this leg.
128, give it a cut, 75.
And tops the target.
35.
And not found.
Aidan Kirk,
And this
160.
really would hurt if Aidan Kirk can find the 160 here.
He's been doing checkouts like this throughout the week. Not going to go now. Jamie Atkins has had 3 darts to guarantee his passage to the semi-finals. He's going to get 3 more should he need them.
Game shot of the 5th leg, Jamie Atkins.
Well, the question tends to be, does the player know the
6th leg Aidan to
scenario
through
of which
first.
they are
Game
playing?
on.
The reaction from Jamie, the reaction from Aidan, they both knew. Jamie Atkins is the first player through to the semi-final. He qualifies through Group 1.
100.
So now it's going to be who joins Jamie Atkins through this group. Aidan Kirk, John Henderson. They will do battle, but what will the scenario be when that comes around? Because Aidan Kirk is looking good here for the points.
120.
Yeah, really does give this group an interesting dynamic.
140.
I think as players, especially in these short versions of the round robin stages, you know, when you've got your future in your own hands, you want to make the most of it. You don't want to be relying on other players to slip up, especially when you know the person waiting in the wings is John Henderson.
I like the word future there as well, because certainly when we're watching a player like Jamie Atkins, we feel there's more in front of him than there is
58.
behind him. Where some players we get here and it's like, you feel like this is the last moments, where for Jamie Atkins it feels like he's on a
81.
journey, and getting through to the semi-final here is part of that journey and part of his progression.
93.
I just think each opportunity just presents a different chance. We've just seen him have the disappointment of missing darts for those 2 legs.
95.
And he just found a way of regaining the composure. It's just lessons learned.
You don't get long in this sport, do you, to have a sulk? You get a couple of moments and get straight back on it again.
Aidan Kirk,
Certainly in the
85.
format we've got here at the Super Series, very cutthroat, short format darts. Oh, a wayward dart from Aidan Kirk. He's looking at that with a bit of hope, but it's not going to change where it is.
45.
I like the look. It's kind of
Jamie
like
Kirk,
peeking around the
130.
corner and just praying it's there, but has left himself on tops with Atkins here, staring down a ton topper himself. And that is the worst possible start.
And he misses it with a smile because he knows he's already through. That would be a completely different facial expression and reaction had
79.
he needed that to qualify.
Aidan Kirk, 40.
Aidan Kirk could strengthen his chances of qualification here.
Game shot on the mark.
Aidan Kirk picks up the win in a group, though it could all get very messy very quickly. Aidan Kirk's been here before. Jamie Atkins, his first time on a Saturday night, is going to be extended. He's through to the semi-final, but this group all now is going down to the wire. Aidan Kirk's got a couple of points on the board. John Henderson is waiting in the wings. Aidan Kirk says it got a little bit nervy there. It may have, but it was good enough. A 4-2 success over Jamie Atkins. An 86.88 average got him over the line as our attention moves back to Group 2 action. Danny Jansen, who went down by 4 legs to 3 to Cameron Crabtree, he needs the result when he takes on Martin Thomas, who we get to see for the first time tonight.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So Jamie Atkins has progressed his way through to the semi-finals. Despite defeat to Aidan Kirk before the break, it was more than enough to see him into the Final Four. And he's being supported this evening by tour card holder, friend of the Super Series, former weekly winner Danny Lowby. Danny, great to see you here at the Live Lounge Report. So great to see you here once again. First and foremost, here supporting Jamie Atkins this evening. You're quite close friends, stable mates, know each other from where you base yourself now in the UK and the Midlands.
Yeah, we're both under the same management, and I took a earlier flight to get here to support him and stuff, and I'm pretty jet lagged. I'm not gonna lie. But no, I wanted to come back. Obviously, this is amazing. The renovations and everything are looking terrific here. So, no, it's looking great. It's great to be back and see the support you guys got going on here too. But yeah, no, hopefully he does his job tonight and gets it done. You know.
And it's really interesting because obviously you got your tour card in January, so you haven't been here for about 9 or 10
I know
months.
this is like a shock. It's genuinely like a shock. Like a shell shock. It's just like, where we're sitting right now, it used to be different. Now it's just growing into a really great place, and I'm happy to see that. And it's really nice to see the progression and all of it. And so I always knew this was going to be great though, because I was very grateful for being able to be invited to Modus and being a part of this as far as playing and whatnot. So it's good to be back here. It really.
How important was the Super Series in terms of your development as a player?
No, it's huge. It's progression, and I think a lot of players would agree with that statement. You need stepping stones, and I'm not saying that this isn't like. I mean, you have John Henderson, you have known players here, Devin Peterson the other week or whatever. You have known successful players here. Everyone here has quality in their game, but just to be able to have this as an asset and to be able to come here and to be able to perform in hopes of just climbing that ladder, this is where you need to be. So I'm really this has tremendously helped my game to the highest extent of that statement. So I'm just incredibly grateful for being able to be a part of this. This definitely helped me a lot. Yeah.
First season on tour. First of all, how would you say it's gone, and where do you see your goals towards the end of 2024 moving into 2025?
Well, it's been what I thought it was going to be. Not easy. It's
in what ways?
Well, it's you're playing the best in the world, right? Exclusively. So you don't have I can't do this. I can't do certain comps. I can't do any ADC things that I was doing every night of the week. So now I have to, I had to prioritize a different level of preparation kind of thing. And yeah, it's been hard, and I've lost tough games. I've played bad. There's a lot of pressure in that, but I think that, I think I've done okay getting started, and I have full hopes that, that next year I'll just be better next year kind of thing. And I don't think I've done myself, I don't think I've done too bad. I could have done better. There's obviously a lot of players could say that, but no, really, like next year I'm looking forward to. This is like a learning curve. Everything's a learning curve. I moved here was a learning curve. Making the move was a learning curve. So, no, this was a huge stepping stone to get me to where I'm at right now, and I'm looking forward to the next stepping stone kind of thing. Right? I'm always trying to get better, as we all are that are here.
And hey, these studios and these chairs are a bit more comfortable now, aren't they?
Yeah, man. I'm honestly like, I could spin around. You got a whole studio, and this is awesome, man. Like honestly, like I really like what Modus has done. Like I stand by. Like I really give credit to Modus for things I've done, because moving to this new country and everything has been a huge move. It's been a huge thing. I've left everything that I knew behind. And this has been a huge stepping stone to get me where I'm at now. So, I'm really happy and I will always support this no matter what. So, and we're in a studio now, not just a creepy church, like I said before. Were you going to say that?
We are definitely more than a creepy church.
It's not a creepy church anymore.
And in this studio, unfortunately, Danny, I've got to cut you off. Thank you so much for popping up. Appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the year. Because we've got another game of darts we've got to get on.
We got to get on.
And it sees Martin Thomas in action. And early on this evening, I caught up with him.
Marvin Gaye and get it on.
Martin, it's like you've never been away from the Super Series. 11 months you wasn't in this building. First time back, straight to the finals. How would you assess on the way that you've played?
Yeah, it's. I'm happy the way I played. I just feel like I got a couple more gears, and perhaps I was trying too hard, but I did the main objective is to get you. So yeah, I don't know. I'm happy with my game, but I just feel tonight you just got to go through the gears a bit more.
How do you feel that you can get through those few years? Obviously, you've got the crowd element, you've got the element of being at Saturday night. Is it a natural go through the gears, or do you feel like you had to do something in the intervening hours to try and get yourself in the right mood?
Just go there, enjoy it, and switch off. Just find your focus, and then just get stuck in. It's this is what everybody aims to get to the Saturday night, so just go there and focus and kick in, innit?
And you've had a good record here. You're very good at qualifying for Saturday night. So you made a couple of semi-finals here as well on a Saturday evening. When you consider the players that are in the practice room, the likes of John Henderson, Cam Crabtree, Danny Jansen, have all won things this year. Can you just go under the radar as a little bit of an outsider and just free roll tonight?
Like I said last time I was here, it's every time I come here I'm the underdog. So like it's a free roll in a way. It's yes, I want to win, and it'd be lovely, like I said yesterday, to pick our cup up. But yeah, underdog suits me. That's fine.
Is there a little bit of family bragging rights at stake when you consider the Thomas family and the darts at the minute, that you picking up a trophy? Does that give you the bragging rights over Christmas dinner?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Because Keenan's been walloping me lately, so bit of bragging rights, and then yeah, it is, yeah. A bit more than what you'd believe.
It's great to see you here. Great to see you with a smile on your face as well. We wish you all the very best this evening. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, you missed a little bit of dad dancing from Martin Thomas whilst that VT was being played. He's very much enjoying his experience in front of the crowd, and he'll enjoy the experience even more if he wins this game, because it would send him and Cam Crabtree through, eliminating Danny Jansen in the process. Danny Jansen will be through himself if he wins 4-2 or better, and he's got a pocket of supporters in the crowd. The Jimmy Van Schie fan base have become the Jansen Massive, and the Mullet looking to pull off a win that sends him through to the semi-finals. Didn't you know what, Martin Thomas? He's having the best time of his life. They're both having the best time of their life. And this is part of what the Super Series is all about. Players at the amateur level, playing in front of a crowd, playing in front of an audience, and playing to express themselves. And these two are definitely doing that. Let's hand down to the comms box. No dancing, please. Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Well, how many times this evening have we heard players say they want to play with a smile on their face? That is a man who's got a big smile across his face, Martin Thomas. He's finding the comfort up there on the stage, and he's playing the old trick of let's get the crowd on my side. It could be a big factor later on. It certainly is something to draw a bit of inspiration from. Martin Thomas playing a finals night for his 4th time here at the Super Series.
Danny to throw first. Game on.
For Danny Jansen, he needs a big push. It's now or never. He's already been on the stage tonight. He went down 4-3 to Cam Crabtree in what was a very good game. But the noise level in here, Laura, is going up.
Yeah, it's interesting there to hear that I've been here when Jimmy's played and brought in all of his kind of local fan base. It's interesting to see that they've obviously attached themselves here to Danny Jansen, but I totally agree. Martin Thomas did everything that he could possibly do there to just win them over a little bit, because the crowd, you know, when you have that buzz of the support behind you, you haven't had that all week. It's a completely different dynamic coming into a Saturday. So if you can have a few voices in the crowd, it can really spur you on.
It's the reactions, it's the instant feedback. It's not so much how many voices, it's the fact there are voices. Sometimes I think people get misled in the fact of the difference between 10,000 people, 1,000 people, 500 people. The only difference is just the decibels or the blanket of noise, but it's that instant feedback to what you're doing. You go in, you hit a 140, you hit on this case, a ton, and you get that reaction to the darts. Just changes the thought patterns.
100. Daniel Carr, 86.
Well, so far in this match, Danny Jansen really seems to have got the memo. He needs to win.
Game show the first leg, Danny Jansen.
That is a steady opening leg there. 15 darts for Danny Jansen. Takes the opening leg.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
I think Martin Thomas has been very harsh of his assessment throughout the week so far. He won Group C and came up to have a chat with myself and Henry and sort of talked down how well he played. Well, he's having two completely different conversations. I was talking about how solid he was and he was talking about how erratic he was. But ultimately, it's what you believe, isn't it? It's what you believe is the truth.
100.
And it could be brilliant. If you think it's not, ultimately, you feel it's not.
Yeah, to understand the kind of psyche of a dart player, it's not always straightforward, but I would say Group C is one of the toughest groups to actually get out of. You've got 6 players, only 2 go through, so to top that group as well,
57.
You can't play poorly. And as you say, Martin Thomas, his self-assessment, perhaps just not in line with what you saw.
55.
But he's taken a little bit to get
64.
settled here. Not hitting the ground running on this Group 2.
45.
It'll get very messy for him as well. Crabtree already got points on the board. Jansen, his opponent here, he could end up coming down to scores.
95. Daniel Carwood and 61.
Can run away from you very, very quickly on a Saturday night.
Yeah, we often talk about the short format in terms of the race to 4, but as you say, in this kind of very small round robin stage, a couple of matches, it could be all over.
This group could be all over in regards to who qualifies, because
85.
If Martin Thomas is to get the victory here, Danny Jansen's already lost a game. Martin Thomas would be qualified. And Cam Crabtree, who's not even on
42.
the stage,
Mario
would
Kart,
also
40.
be through. This is a target he's been trying to leave all week. Every single possibility leaves himself on tops. That could be a bit tricky. He's had to shuffle across to try and open up the bed. Does so well.
Martin Thomas.
Martin Thomas, one of the players who has a flat angle of entry,
so
does surprise me that he prefers tops. You tend to find people who like that flat angle of entry prefer the 16 route for the breakdown, because the flat dart actually supports a double 16 where it actually blocks the tops. Which means that would be a perfect dart for Martin Thomas. You expect him to build.
140. $58.
From the explosive start that we saw from Danny Jansen, kicking us off with a maximum, hasn't really regained that groove. I know it's still early, but
83.
Already in this, the initiative is with Martin Thomas, looking for a break.
You're right in the fact it's still early, but
43.
Early is also late in this format. I think the definition between what's early and what's late and where the middle is very, very fine margins.
58.
You don't have the luxury of time.
$81.
Now in the opening battle between Cam Crabtree and Danny Jansen there, when 4-3 was really tight, really high level of performance throughout, which included 3 180s from Danny Jansen, but just didn't prove quite enough.
60.
I know we say obviously having tight results is really important in the round robin stages, but it's all about the wins, it's all about those points.
140.
They did his first part, didn't it? If you're going to go down, get the 3 legs on the board, but then you've got to go and win that next game. There is no more wiggle room.
100.
There may not be too much wiggle room in this leg. Martin Thomas will come back. This is the situation where his darts will help him, because we see people adopt different ways of throwing a dart to get exactly that flat angle of entry, to stay out the way of tops. And he nearly went for a bit of a trip. Wouldn't have been the first time this week, actually. Martin Thomas has nearly fell over nothing on 3 occasions now.
Game on.
You won't want to see him do the hurdles.
$140.
Yeah, that visit there now already sees Danny Jansen in quite a bit of trouble.
92.
He's going to have to find a way of breaking Thomas.
At what point do you think the panic kicks in for Danny Jansen? Probably now.
I thought the panic set in when he didn't kick off as well, just in that second leg. Kind of almost in cruise control up to maybe halfway through leg 2, and then all of a sudden Thomas just goes through the gears that he's mentioned. I think when it's a must-win situation, it's quite easy to kind of panic, and you can't always afford to do that as a player. Some can really channel it, and some it just
60.
affects absolutely everything.
Big visit, but doesn't leave a finish. So Thomas, this is just a set-up shot. One that he's earned, but one that he's not using too well.
27.
Can't recover it with a last dart in hand. So Danny Jansen, who just had his throw broken, will sense an opportunity to get it back.
50.
When he talks about luck throughout the week, that's just an unfortunate visit there. Well thrown darts just to the wrong side of the wire.
55. Daniel Carr, 122.
I'm sure we've all been in those situations when that happens, when you feel like I've got no luck. Absolutely, I think it kind of just makes the situation even bigger than it actually is.
Well, then you become more aware, don't you? Like, if you get a bounce out, it amplifies. If you miss a dart at a double, it amplifies. Every single situation just feels like it's more and more against you. And then someone goes, hits last dart in hand. He's not going to get a dart. Couldn't adjust. 40 scored, leaves him 45. So all he can do is set up. We know where he's going to go. He's going to leave tops.
71.
Jansen will be expecting at least a dart. He's going to get 2.
Game shot of fourth leg.
He only needs the one. We're back at a level game at 2 apiece, but that could be a leg that Martin Thomas kind of looks back on
Danny to through first.
and just realises it's a bit of a wasted opportunity. We're now back on throw, and it's Jansen with the darts.
Yeah, Martin Thomas had it in the palm of his hands there.
100.
From 167, he had 3 visits to the board. They have to go with those chances. Well, you're in the situation where he is now,
100.
where losing the advantage of the throw. A real family affair feel here, isn't it? At the Super
71.
Series tonight, we've got Danny Jansen's father in the crowd, Jamie Atkins' father in the crowd, Cam Crabtree's mum's in the crowd. Martin Thomas has got his children on his sleeve. I'm sure they'll be tuning in, watching along at home, supporting Dad.
45.
Yeah, and I think for those players as well, I just think having that extra support here, that can really boost your morale.
134.
It can also go the other way, because I remember playing on a big stage before, having quite a lot of support there, and I wanted to do it for them. I was really kind of focused on that, and you kind of lose the actual task in hand, which is just to find a win.
140, Marika 128.
Well, what a fantastic response this is from Martin Thomas after making a bit of a mess of things in the last leg.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
What a
Martin
finish
Thomas.
that is from Martin Thomas. What a moment. 167, he had 9 darts, was unable to take it out. Lost the advantage of throw.
Game on.
Looked in a bit of bother, and now it's all about Danny Jansen. Big, big finish, big moment. A 12 darter from Martin Thomas. He's now got the advantage of throw to put himself through to the semi-final.
59.
And Cam Crabtree would also be a beneficiary.
Sometimes I find that's a real mark of a quality player. Someone who's really confident and comfortable, is that when you do
81.
suffer that disappointment, you don't have any time to, as we've mentioned before, you don't have time to kind of stand up there and soul core, try and think about it. The best reaction is that 12 darts, and then you're 1 leg away from victory.
86.
And I suppose for Martin Thomas, he does have that lifeline, that he does have an extra game to go. He will be playing Cam Crabtree in the
135.
last game of this group.
140.
Once again, Danny Jansen really is fighting back, fighting for a Super Series campaign.
We just gave a lot of credit, didn't we, to Martin Thomas for his reaction.
145.
This may be even more worthy of the credit here from Danny Jansen because,
91.
like you say, Danny Jansen's week is on the line here in this leg.
What a time for a 180. All the pressure now lumped on Danny Jansen's shoulders. 54 required. Now tops.
$34. Mario Kart 20.
You can see the disappointment.
You can see the anxiety on them. They can't do anything about it. They've just got to watch and hope. Cross the fingers, cross the toes. Praying in the church. And they are both a long,
16.
long way off. That is the moment.
20.
That's the pressure of the situation.
You could really kind of feel the tension. The big pause there from Thomas. Now afforded Jansen another opportunity, and one you feel he really does have to take.
Just taking his time. Puff of the cheeks. Trying to control the heart rate.
Danny Jansen.
Here we go.
7 and final leg. Danny to through
shootout.
Game on.
Jansen wins. He's still got hope. And it'll all get very, very tricky in working out the possibilities in the last game. But Jansen's first got to get himself there.
100.
Thomas wins the leg. He's in.
If he is to win the leg, he's going to have to do it against the darts. But this is a great start from Martin Thomas.
What a time for a bounce out. Just forces the need for an extra treble now for Danny Jansen.
58.
Has to switch and does so very well indeed. It's not you, Matt, but I can feel the tension. This is a tight match.
Interesting there for Martin Thomas in this situation.
95.
He started on the 20s. That is a miscount from Thomas. He should have been down on the 19s. Board management lets him down on that occasion.
47.
Do you think that's because of the pressure, because of the tie that we're seeing, or is it just a general board management issue?
He's played the game long enough. I think he knows the situation. He's just getting drawn into the battle, drawn into the moment. And that wayward dart now guarantees Danny Jansen 6 darts at the 140. Just stay away from them. Tries to open the target, and he does. He stays completely away from him, plays safe. Leaves himself 3 darts in hand. Thomas can just hit and hope.
95. Daniel Carr 20.
Well, this is a real turnaround here from Danny Jansen. Double 10 the target for the match.
$10.
Yeah, head in hands. That was a huge chance there for Danny Jansen.
3 darts have gone for Danny Jansen to keep his hopes alive. Thomas has tried to leave tops at every possibility. That's a great marker.
30.
That was another dart for Martin Thomas to qualify. Drama in Group 2.
Game shot and marks, Danny Jansen.
Oh, drama over, and it is Danny Jansen who finds a way, finds the win, wins 4 legs to 3 over Martin Thomas. Disappointment for Martin Thomas, who pushed him all the way, but it's the mullet who keeps his chances alive, and you can see exactly what that means to him. A kiss to the camera. He is still in the tournament. I don't know about you, but the permutations for this group have just got very interesting indeed. Averages there just around the mid-80s, but it's the win for Jansen that counts. And coming up next, it's Aidan Kirk as he takes on John Henderson.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of
the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Danny Jansen got the better of Martin Thomas by 4 legs to 3, which means there is still a possibility of a 9-dart shootout in Group 2. Let's head back, though, to Group 1, though, where Jamie Atkins is through. Aidan Kirk needs 2 legs here against John Henderson to qualify, which means the Highlander must win 4-1 or 4-0 to make his way through to the semi-finals. Any other outcome will send Kirk into the semi-finals. Aidan Kirk needs 3 legs to win the group, and Henderson is unable to get into P1. In the commentary box then, for our 5th match of the night, it's Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Before a dart was thrown this week, John Henderson was the favourite, and it has never changed until now. I'm sure if there were some live in-play odds, John Henderson would be the outsider of it all, because he needs to win by a sizable distance and score here against Aidan Kirk.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Aidan to throw first. Game on.
He lost that by 4 legs to 1 to the already qualified Jamie Atkins. Aidan Kirk got the job done over Jamie Atkins. Can he now
60.
See off the Highlander? The bar is lowered, but we did say in the last game, when Jamie Atkins was playing Aidan Kirk, sometimes lowering the bar and not having to win the game, just needing a couple of legs, makes it even harder because you have a smaller task within the task.
60.
And when you consider that the person you're facing is John Henderson, has, as you say, came into this as the solid favourite, it's still no mean feat. If John Henderson comes out, wins this 4-0, 4-1, it wouldn't be a surprise result to most people.
Well, that's where form really helps you, doesn't it? Because when you're in a situation
100.
where maybe you've not been playing as well, or your form's been a bit hit and miss, you don't know if you can rely on yourself. John Henderson knows he can rely on himself because his form has been franked week in, week out. And it wasn't long ago that he was on that stage in York picking up another seniors TV title.
45.
He's big favourite to go do it again in a couple of weeks' time in Sunderland for the Masters.
Yeah, sensible setup play there by John Henderson. Aidan Kirk, obviously all the way back on 2-3-6, didn't have to go 16 ball and opted to tee up tops.
Just a bit of game awareness there, wasn't it, from Hendo? 12 darts thrown on the double. This is the level he'd been wanting to have found, and he's finding the level he needs. That is one breaker throw.
Second leg, John,
now he's just got to
game on.
confirm it, book it in. Is it Rod Harrington who said the break's only really a break once you've actually held?
140.
Absolutely. And we've seen it time after time, that the amount of effort that goes into finding that breaker throw, especially when it's something as imperative as it is here for John Henderson. And then all unravels in the next leg. But this is looking very good so far for Henderson.
100.
Henderson in his group campaign did find 2 averages over the 100. One on Monday, 100.20. That is a 15 dart a leg. And he opened up on Tuesday with 101.36.
100.
So we know he's got what it takes to find that sort of level that he's going to need here to get that win.
96.
He's had a high average on this stage of 111.3. 15 times he's broke the ton. But that's what we thought he would need to be. But Aidan Kirk
24.
serving absolutely nothing up to John Henderson at the moment.
$63.
Kirk was solid in
37.
his 4-2 win over Atkins. But as you say, just well off the mark. And I wonder if it does come back to what you were saying. It's just a couple of legs I need. That's what you're saying to yourself. Well, John Henderson is denying him any opportunity to really play.
And that's not going to help you settle down if you're Aidan Kirk. At the end of the game with Jamie Atkins, he stood at the back of the stage shaking his hands, signalling that he was feeling nervous. Well, those nerves may be increasing right now. He's still got it in his own hands at the moment. Those first 2 legs can be dismissed because he needs 2 legs. He's got the throw here. Henderson can only have 1 more with the darts.
59.
So Aidan Kirk holds his throw 2 times and he's in. Sounds simple.
It does. It's very simple when we talk about it up here, but we know how much more difficult it is down on the stage. But this is a solid response here from Aidan Kirk.
100.
Well, John Henderson knows he's only got 1 life, 1 opportunity, 1 chance to lose a leg.
100.
And it may be here because the mathematical breakdown of John Henderson here, something I bang on about all the time, and I'm going to keep doing it. When you get that 1 treble, you can't use a 19 as cover because it means 3-4-2 needs another 9 darts. So Aidan Kirk got plenty of time here at the 1-2-1.
44.
Yeah, just waves that last dart off, but as you say, plenty of time.
28. Edukar 77.
And this has similar echoes to the opening match with Henderson against Atkins. Atkins kind of dominated the first leg and then just all fell apart slightly, and it was Aidan Kirk that gets a leg on the board. That is the 1 life you were talking about.
He's halfway there.
He's
a leg away from the semi-finals.
$55.
Aidan knows he's got the advantage of throw if it goes to the next leg. It's all just getting a little bit more tense.
83.
And an audible cry there from John Henderson.
140.
Kirk really trying to turn the tables here on Henderson.
100. $57.
Chasing it around, just trying to find that treble, trying to keep the pressure on John Henderson.
93.
Big last gets him down to a finish. A finish, ironically, that Aidan Kirk's hit twice already this week. But he may need to take it.
180, John O'Connor, 170.
And he's not going to. So Aidan Kirk for a place in the semi-finals, and he's 46.
134, Aidan O'Connor, 46.
There has never been a moment John Henderson has not been the favourite to win this week.
30.
And he's
John
just
O'Connor,
survived
36.
2 darts to keep him in it.
Well, how costly could that
Hey,
prove?
John,
Well,
fourth
very
leg.
costly in
John
terms of the leg, and it's
Henderson.
John Henderson that goes into a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, Aidan to throw first. Game on.
Aidan Kirk now has the throw. What can he do with the darts?
100.
So much on the line in one leg of darts here.
It's mad. It's a must-win for both.
Aidan Kirk wouldn't win the game by winning the leg, but he would qualify. John
60.
Henderson wins it, he gets both. He gets to win the match, and he qualifies. But he wouldn't qualify as group winner.
99.
Which means he will be against the darts in the semi-finals.
140.
1 point separates the pair after the first 6.
57.
And that trebleless visit there from Kirk really does offer up a chance here for Henderson. And he looks like he's taken it with both hands.
137.
Big 2 treble visit for Hendo gets him down to a finish. Kirk cannot come up dry here. He does.
40. John O'Connor, 164.
6 darts. John Henderson to save his night, to save his week.
100.
Yeah, and a great last find there for John Henderson. Aidan Kirk can only hit and hope that it's Henderson that can't
97.
finish
John
64.
O'Connor, 64.
Well, he's hit with a last dart in hand to put himself into range.
Game
But there is
shot
no
and a
hope
match.
for
John
Aidan
Henderson.
Kirk. John Henderson does the unthinkable. He needed a big victory there against Aidan Kirk, and he found it. 4-0 or 4-1 was the only scorelines that could have got him through, and he gets through with an average of 93.75. He had to ride his luck at times. Aidan Kirk missed 2 darts that would have qualified him through with Jamie Atkins and eliminated John Henderson. Instead, it's Henderson and Atkins that go through in Group 1. Who's going to go through in Group 2? We have no idea. There's even the possibility of a 9-dart shootout. We'll let you know all the permutations when Martin Thomas take on Cam Crabtree in our next game.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson!
And this is where... Hang on, wow. One bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
Second leg, it's the whole boy.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet. The whole boy in the You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello.
It's the big favourites.
Goes
2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks.
Away days and Bradley Brooks.
May see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's another double 19? Great shot. What a shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No one aiming, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
And we've seen to the one.
but this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their darts stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do, a double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds tops for a breaker throw. I believe we're at double 20. Tops for the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, John Henderson needed a 4-1 win to qualify and got a 4-1 win to qualify, eliminating Aidan Kirk from proceedings. Our final game of the group sees Martin Thomas and Cam Crabtree going toe-to-toe. A win for Crabtree will see him qualify as group winner. Martin Thomas would be eliminated. Danny Jansen would go through. Martin Thomas, will win a 4-2 or better, would win the group and qualify at the expense of Cam Crabtree. And if Martin Thomas wins this game 4-3, it's the moment that everybody's been looking forward to all evening long. Yes, a 9-dart shootout for the conclusion of this match. Everything's a possibility. Let's head to the comms box with Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner describing the action.
Well, no one's in and no one's out, and any two of the three could qualify depending on the result of this game.
Game on.
Henry's just ran you through all the different possibilities of the different ways that the players could qualify, and Laura, I'm told it's quite a simple process.
42.
I've got my pen and paper, I've ran through about 3 sheets and I still haven't quite worked it out yet.
I kind of liken it to the okie dokie at the moment, because I reckon throughout this match people are going to be in and out and we're still not going to know right until the very last dart is thrown.
Well, for Crabtree, he's just got to keep with plan A. If you remember at the start of the night, we always have a word from the players, and Crabtree says he wants to go through tonight winning every single game. If he does that, he will qualify in position 1 and he'll take Danny Jansen through with him.
100.
Danny Jansen is somebody who watches the games, he's someone who knows all the possibilities, he's one who follows the group.
80.
So he will know all the different permutations and everything that would get him through to the semi-finals.
80.
Gave himself hope after a bit of fortune. Martin Thomas missing match darts to beat Danny Jansen, which also seems to be the story of the evening.
84.
Yeah, a bit of a slip there for Cam Crabtree. Does offer this opportunity here, but Thomas unable to find that second treble 20.
96. Come to car 17. First leg, Cam Crabtree.
Well taken there by Cam Crabtree. 1-0 to the good, but it's a breaker throw. It's an early break.
Second leg, Cam to through first. Game on.
Smiles all round on the Crabtree table.
$96. $59. $81.
Cam already making some early inroads in this second leg.
81.
Well, he's done the task at hand. When he came up here, he knew he was against the darts, knew he had to find a breaker throw somewhere and did it at
59.
the earliest possibility. Did so by hitting a maximum in that leg. If you can keep that level of intensity going here.
100.
Yeah, the earlier game between Thomas and Jansen felt it very much throughout. The majority really was in Martin Thomas's hands, and he just let it slip
95.
away. And now all the pressure is on his shoulders in this match.
41.
Well, the thing is,
Camera car
John Henderson,
170.
by not winning Group 1, you win this group, your prize, so to speak, is you have to play the favourite.
58.
It's not the best, kind of first prize that you can want, but I guess the key is just staying in the tournament. It's just about making that next stage and then taking on
83.
whatever
Camera
challenge
car
faces you next.
112. Martin car
The
137.
next challenge for Martin Thomas is a big finish. He only had a shot at the 144 in the opening. It's again a big ask where he needs 3 perfect darts, but that is perfectly lied for how Martin Thomas's darts go. What a finish, Martin Thomas. A 137 to get the darts back.
Martin through first.
And he's so cool, so calm about it.
Game on.
You'd think he'd just hit 26 with that demeanour.
It's interesting watching Cam's reaction in the background because there was a real nod of approval when that first tops went in.
You recognise quality, don't you? And
22.
that's what Cam Crabtree was doing there. Not just the finish, the context of it. To get the breaker throw with all the other stories going on around
59.
this game.
It's like anything, isn't it? You know, it's good sportsmanship as well. If you love the darts and you love the game, you do appreciate it.
96.
Well, something that rarely happens in any element of darts. This is the closest thing in darts you get to the penalty
100.
shootout. I'm going to tease the prospect here of a 9-dart shootout. For that to happen, Martin Thomas needs to win by 4 legs to 3. If that's the case, everyone's won a game by 4 legs to 3. There's nothing to split the players, so they all come back up. They all throw 9 darts. The 2 highest scores qualify. Brutal.
It is, isn't it? Especially when you think all the effort that you've put in over the week and it comes down to just
45.
9 darts. Just 9. But I have to say, from a really selfish point of view, it is quite an exciting prospect.
Oh, I love it.
85.
I love watching people perform under pressure.
Yeah, or in some cases not.
78. Camera car 157.
Well, 6 darts here for Crabtree. Thomas unable to keep that ride going after the 137 finish.
45.
But wayward from Crabtree. 112 he had a poke at last time. Thomas needs to chip away at this. He needs to hit big. Again, an inviting light.
140.
Yeah, good
Camera car
call.
112.
Second one found there, and now there's a bit of pressure on this. Double 16.
Game shot on
Pressure, what pressure? That's a great 112 finish there from Cam Crabtree. Good sense that there's one of these games that no one's going to quite hold on to their throw. It's very reactive.
Game on.
Danny Jansen sat waiting in the wings. Knows he's got an opportunity regardless of this. Knows the worst case scenario for him is a 9-dart shootout. So it's still in his hands, even though he's not up there throwing. And that's what you want, isn't it? In this situation, you just want to be able to get yourself out of it rather than sat as a
94.
passenger to the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you just go back to that last match they played, you know, how
121.
the difference that one leg, just winning that one last leg has made. Because as you say, Danny Jansen still has control of his future no matter what happens with this result.
57.
But every leg so far has been won against the darts. Normally a sign that a game's getting
94.
a little bit edgy. And you can excuse that in this situation.
140.
Well timed visit there from Crabtree. We've just seen him take out the 112. Can he add the 111?
121. Camera car 111.
Stops.
71. Martin car 65.
There was a 25 who was after there. Double six to rescue the situation. Oh, what a dart. What a recovery. What composure from Martin Thomas. All four legs won against the darts. Crabtree will feel he's done the hard work twice. He's now got to do it again, but time is running out.
Game on.
Yeah, it's another top quality tussle between two dart players, but
57.
No one's quite grabbed it by the scruff of the neck.
$100.
Just taking a couple of deep breaths there in between shots, Cam Crabtree. Just trying to regulate the heart rate.
97.
Trying to stay fully in control of his emotions, which can easily run away from you in times like this.
134.
Which is testament to the talent and ability that Crabtree has. Just 21 years old and able to demonstrate this level of composure.
He's one of those players that kind of picked up the sport more. When, you know, during COVID, we were all kind of locked down. Not that we want to talk about that era, but he realised he was actually quite good at it. Kind of persevered, and as you say, now we see the player that we've got before us today, but still just the tender age of 21.
167.
Well, when you consider 17-year-old Luke Littler's probably been playing triple the amount of time that Crabtree has, sort of puts
60.
it into perspective.
151.
Can't do it again, can he? Another big one, won't go on this occasion. But Crabtree's kind of found himself in this range quite a lot. This one treble combination.
119.
And you feel it's going to need to go.
Yeah, once again, great setup play by Martin. And it's not going to go for Crabtree, so
32.
This would be for a holder throw. What a time to get it for Martin Thomas.
Oh no, disaster for Thomas. He missed darts to qualify earlier on against Danny Jansen. He's missed darts here. That's let Cam Crabtree back into the game, and a third consecutive breaker throw for Cam Crabtree. Martin Thomas thinks it's his throw. Crabtree just peering from the corner. He knew the situation. Just waiting for Paul Hinks to correct matters. And now Crabtree to win the group. To do what he came here to do, which was win every game. He didn't want to rely on the format. He wants to win all four matches.
140.
Yeah, what Martin Thomas is hoping for is another game that goes all the way. Every game in Group 2 has gone the distance.
81.
If this does go against Martin Thomas, he's going to feel like he's let the opportunity slip himself. He had match darts, multiple match darts against Danny Jansen. And they're missing a handful to really take control of this big crucial clash.
100.
We did say before, it's always small margins, the standard that these players play at now. And timing, all about timing. And it's just been some badly timed misses from Martin Thomas, which has allowed this situation to happen.
$133.
I will say the times that Cam Crabtree has taken visits to the bottom of the board, he's very accurate on that treble 19 spot.
Nice, awkward.
60.
There wasn't really much he could do there. He had to stay on the 20s. He does leave a finish. Leaves himself an outside bit of hope, but Crabtree in this situation will feel like he's got 6.
Now he's got a hope that he's got 6.
160.
And 6 he has, as Martin Thomas can't locate the treble 20.
60. Come to car 40.
For the match. For the group.
30. Martin
And that
McCall,
was for a
100.
place in the semi-final, but they looked edgy. Martin Thomas put the darts away. He thought it was done.
Not for the first time. It's not disastrous, but needs to find the treble and doesn't. So Cam Crabtree and let off once again. Coming back for double 5.
44.
From the moment Martin Thomas missed that treble, Crabtree went to the table. He started the process. He started the preparation for this moment. Tricky.
No score.
He even found a way under it, but
56.
still just overshot the target. So once again, Martin Thomas steps up. This would be for another break of throw. Tops required, and he's been deadly on the tops.
36.
More missed
Cameo
darts
card
there
10.
for Martin Thomas. He's had his chances, he's had his opportunities. Opportunities that he shall get no more of. Crabtree eventually gets over the line against Martin Thomas, who's had a good week here at the Super Series, returning back to action here at Modus. He won the Group C, but he was unable to get the job done here in Group 2 on finals night. It's Crabtree that books his place through to the semi-finals. Not only does he book a place to the semi-finals, but Danny Jansen, who is off the stage, a beneficiary of this as well. Danny Jansen and Crabtree complete our semi-final lineup. We'll discuss all the possibilities and what we've seen after the break.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Gaza, Glenn Durant.
Shots and a match.
It's Wolfie, Martin Adams. Jackal King of Bling, the Dazzler, Bobby George.
Game, shots, and
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where a fantastic group stage worth of action has been completed at the Live Lounge in Ports. Has been watched in the company of Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner. We'll get their perspectives in just a second. These are the results then from our 6 group matches. And as you can see, Group 1, Jamie Atkins, Aidan Kirk and John Henderson, all with big wins. They're actually within one leg of a 9-dart shootout in both of the groups that took place this evening, or in a couple of legs of a 9-dart shootout in both the groups this evening. Cam Crabtree, the only player to have won both matches. And when you look at the semi-finals, well, it's of a heavyweight variety. Jamie Atkins against Danny Jansen and Cam Crabtree against John Henderson could have graced a Champions Week semi-final, let alone a regular week semi-final. Matt, Laura, alongside me, just drawing their breath back after a fantastic group stage worth of action. Let's begin by going backwards to the last game and to talk about Cam Crabtree. He's the only player to have won 2 from 2. Yes, he's the only player to have won every game, but there's still a couple of question marks around him.
Oh, what a night. What a night so far. One thing I really like is when you can see what it means to the players, when you can see the drama. And the other thing is the crowd are reacting with that as well. And we're getting such a great night. Cam Crabtree there got a bit of support from them. That might have been the thing that got him over the line there. Like you say, he's won both of his games. But question marks, I think every time he was asked a question, he reacted. I think that's my assessment of it here. Because Crabtree got the breaker throw, then it came back. Then he got the breakthrough and he came back. The reaction to the 1-3-7 there from Martin Thomas in that match, Crabtree needed to get over it. It's very unusual you get that situation where you win your opening game and then you're still drawn into drama. You normally, a couple of legs sort of gets you in. So the problem is, the reward he's got now for winning that game, he wins the group, and the reward is John Henderson, who you said could grace a Champions Week semi-final. It could grace the Champions Week final. It is a big, big game for both players.
I want to talk about his maturity just for a second, because there's a moment in that game against Martin where Martin thought he was throwing first when Cam threw first. Now, maybe a year ago, because of the character that he is, he may have got involved in that, but there was a real steely focus about him this evening. It's almost as if this is all business. The fun bit's done. This is where the check gets collected.
Yeah, but you have to remember everything was on the line for all of those players in that group at that point. Cam knew the job that he had to do. So, yeah, I think, like you say, it does show the signs of maturity, the way that he's progressed within the match. And for me, you know, just that they're just the signs of how he's developing as a player. I think he's a solid player on the hockey, but what he's doing away from it as well, they're the things that are really mattering. They're the things that are counting. Just taking that bit of time. As players, we have all done that. We've all stepped up, think, is it my throw? Because you get so involved in the game. Cam still had the awareness around him to know that, no, it's my throw. I'll let the referee sort it out. I'm not going to get involved, and then step up. And obviously the win came in the end.
At the expense of Martin Thomas. We know he's a dab hand at the darting, but we realise this evening that he's also a dab hand at the dancing as well. Have a look at this. This is ahead of his game against Danny Jansen. Both players really getting involved with it. Martin really getting involved with the crowd. It's a big occasion for him. That was proper dad dancing I've ever seen it. That's the type of stuff that belongs in a Butlins on a Saturday night around about 11 o'clock. And I suppose he can get his red coat shortly.
I don't know what you're talking. I've been out with you, remember? That's you. I don't know what you're on about.
What do you mean? It's just a few moves. Just a few moves. Anyway, the darting, as far as Martin was concerned this evening, Matt mentioned in commentary, it was a case of near misses, wasn't it?
Yeah, he'll look back on this, and these are definitely two matches that just ran away from him. They got away in the end, and you know it's unfortunate. It was badly timed misses, I think, and then the other player was just there to sweep up the opportunity. We saw it with Cam. He took up the 52. And it just changes the dynamic of the game. And I think for me, for Martin, yeah, it's just one of those ones, got to draw a line under, come back stronger next time. But it was just those key chances, that key moments, and he just let it go.
Anyway, less strictly, more super series, because John Henderson, well, he was the favourite going into this evening's session. Lost his first match, and then there was that all or nothing leg against Aidan Kirk. What are them like? Because you've been involved in preliminary round tournaments. You've got that one leg where it's quite literally all or nothing.
He'd have had that horrible sinking feeling, and it starts up here, it starts at the top, and you feel it draining all the way through your body. And that would have been when Aidan Kirk was going for that 46, because you just expect him to hit it. You don't sort of preempt, you don't sort of stand there and think of the best and hope. You get that horrible, drainy feeling that you think it's all gone, and then when he misses, you've got to somehow find that will and find that way to get back into the game, which he did, and he did well. It was a very tough game for him. Aidan Kirk's been playing very well, and to have to go up against Aidan Kirk and somehow find a 4-0 or 4-1 victory, again, you can only do that when you are confident. If John Henderson had been on this run that he's on at the moment, where he hasn't been picking up the titles and maybe he's been missing a couple of opportunities, that doesn't go, and you end up missing out that opportunity. This is a continuum of form. It's a continuum of playing. He said before he came here, he's in a good vein of form. He's playing darts all the time, so you don't play the individual moment. And he dodged a bullet there. He got away with one, and that may set him up for the rest of the night.
Can he free roll now in that semi-final against Cam Crabtree, thinking, I'm probably gone, my chance is gone, and in that semi-final against Cam Crabtree, you got the air of, I shouldn't be here, let's just go out and see what happens?
Absolutely not. I think John Henderson is here to win. John Henderson will go up there and say he was unfortunate. He came up against Jamie Atkins, who just outplayed him. He outscored him, he outfinished him. But he did what he had to do against Aidan Kirk, found that 4-1 victory. Actually, it was the performance in terms of stats and averages of the evening so far. Yeah, he's not going to be free rolling. He is here to do a job.
I just want to echo that and 100% back Laura exactly on that statement, because I think sometimes we can spin this narrative of, I've got nothing to lose, but he's got everything to win. And he didn't come here to lose. So, yeah, absolutely, fully echo that point. Everything to win.
So that's our second semi-final, John Henderson against Cam Crabtree. Our first semi-final sees Jamie Atkins and Danny Jansen go toe-to-toe. Now, interesting in the case of Jamie, he got out to a really good starting proceedings. That was a really good win against John Henderson. But was there a feeling of tightness in that second match with the possibility and the likelihood that he gets through to the semi-finals and that opportunity looming on his mind?
I think the first thing I said to you when we first came in here was I've loved tonight because I've enjoyed the emotion that has been shown. Jamie Atkins is someone who's played for not so much on Thursday. Thursday it was all about the darts, but then since then the story develops. Can I get through to Saturday? Can I get through to the semi-finals? You get all the drama, you get all the extra bits with that now, and Jamie Atkins has lived and breathed every single moment. It's not been to his detriment so far, but he's going to need to find a level of composure at the back end of this tournament.
Now, the levels of noise in this auditorium have come up another notch. I don't know whether you can hear behind us, but it is raucous in here. Danny Jansen's been one of those players that played at the great. He's actually got a little pocket just in the corner there. How much could that firstly be a fourth dart? And secondly, he just looks like he's playing with this real relaxed nature, almost laissez-faire in the way he's going about his business.
Yeah, and I just think that's... It's kind of the way that Danny plays, but you have seen you've seen moments from him where he's really trying. He loses a bit of form, he dips his knees. That's when he's really throwing everything into it. He needs to kind of just make sure he keeps his form, keeps his composure, because he can, I don't know if over try is the right kind of word, but he can, like I say, can lose his form. This is going to be a tight match. He has got crowd support. It's Jimmy Van Schie level crowd support as well. They are really noisy, but this is a tight match for me.
Don't think crowd support is always good. Certainly in an environment like this. You'll always get a player in your Super League or in your county or in your local who says, don't audibly support. I don't want to hear it. Leave me to play my game. Let me get on with what I want to do. Jimmy Van Schie loves this sort of environment. He's a party goer. He loves it. I don't get that vibe with Danny Jansen. The conversations I've had with him, the time I've spent with him, I don't strike him as someone who's going to go out partying and love this sort of raucous environment. They may think they're supporting him, but sometimes the support could actually go the other way.
2 words each, 2 finalists.
Am I going first? Oh, really? Okay.
All volunteer, all volunteer at once.
I like the way that Atkins was playing, especially in that first game. I think the pressure got to him just trying to get the 2 legs as opposed to the win. Now it's all about the win. Legs don't matter. You just need 4 of them. So I'll go Atkins. And I think Henderson. I think he's going in on a bit of a roll now.
I mean, they weren't quite 2 words, but we'll take it anyway. Matt?
Atkins Hendo.
See, that's how you do it. Right, time for our semi-finals. It kick-starts with Jamie Atkins up against Danny Jansen in front of a raucous crowd in pause.
And it is Jamie Atkins that takes the win over John Henderson. Well, drama over, and it is Danny Jansen who finds a way.
Well, the crowd have just sang they are only here for the mullet. Make of that what you will. Danny Jansen and Jamie Atkins going toe-to-toe in our first semi-final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And you get the feeling that the atmosphere is going up another notch as the games signify a bigger importance. For Danny Jansen, it's progress. Last time he got through to the finals, he got knocked out in the group. For Jamie Atkins, his first finals night has seen him into the final 4. It really is a heavyweight semi-final lineup. Each of the 4 players involved finished in the top 20 of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit this year. Atkins and Jansen, our first semi-final, with Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner in commentary.
Well, there might not be as many people here supporting Jamie Atkins, but they've certainly got the loud voices that's going to take on the rest of the crowd. The question I asked was, does Danny Jansen enjoy this sort of environment? And before the players got down to throwing the darts, he was certainly engaging and interacting with that section of the audience here this evening.
Jamie to throw first. Game on. Thank you.
Jamie Atkins, courtesy of winning his group, will have the advantage of throwing first. Needs to find that composure, needs to find that level, and he could book himself a place in the final
58.
of Super Series Week 7.
Yeah, sometimes difficult, isn't it, when you get thrown that question of who's going to be who are going to be the two players that progress through these next couple of games. And it is a tough question, but I thought Jamie was really solid and he knew the job he needed to do in his opening match against Henderson. Did it very efficiently, did it very well, but then came up on that second one knowing he needed legs. So I think that was possibly the dynamic that just saw him tense up slightly in his second match.
It was the same in the group stage as well. He did exactly that in his Group C
79.
campaign. But now he's done that. He's got over the line. He's got himself a nice sizable paycheck for his
100.
week here now at the Super Series. And it's all new territory, this, for Jamie Atkins. His first time here on a Saturday night.
100.
His first time in the semi-final. He's just ticking them off one by one.
145. Jamie Carr 124.
Treble 18 for the ball. Well,
84.
it wasn't where he wanted it to be, but it's no disaster
65.
in terms of the setup play. It's only a disaster if Danny Jansen hits tops.
Game shown first leg. Danny Jansen.
Very cleanly taken there by Danny Jansen. Open break a throw.
Second leg, Danny to throw first. Game on.
And you have to say, in terms of darts and what we do on a kind of more regular basis, the idea of the round robin, it's quite a unique element, isn't it? It's not something that we get to do particularly
95.
very often. This is the territory that these guys are used to. This is it. This is knockout darts. This is what they will be doing week in or week out.
You almost don't want
58.
that second opportunity, do you? You don't want that, if I lose, I can go back up again, because the feeling of losing
45.
and then trying to play again, it's a very draining feeling.
Yes, just giving me flashbacks from my Women's Week experience here, where I didn't manage to pick up a point on the first day.
$40.
Well, this has been a bit of a theme of the evening as well, which also ties in with the drama of what we've seen. A player breaks the throw and then doesn't find anything in the next leg. Jamie Atkins finding a maximum down there on the 19s puts him to a finish with time on his side.
95.
The breaker throw may be quickly erased. Looks like he's staying there.
100.
Felt risky, if I'm honest. You had the option of 12, but obviously he has a preference. Double 16 over tops.
Oh, I agree with the angle of the
97.
entry of the darts and how they were stood to attention. It could easily have caught the flight. But he did move across to open up the bed, and that bed wide open. 13 darter from Jamie Atkins. And I tell you what, he's giving that board a stare. He is up for the fight here, Jamie Atkins. We've said and questioned up to now, is there a bit of tension, is there a bit of nerves? At this point, it just needs to be aggression, but controlled aggression. And right now, Jamie Atkins is full of that.
100.
That feeling of breaking back, when you're the person that had the darts, you had the advantage, you've worked pretty hard to get that advantage as well. When you see it slip away in that very opening leg, you can't do better than reply in the way that Jamie Atkins has just done. Now it's all back on throw, and he's going to want to try and keep hold of that slight edge.
121.
I think undersells it a bit. I don't think it is a slight edge in this sort of game when the levels and the qualities of the players are so evenly
100.
matched. I think that's a huge advantage. Loads of room to the left-hand side.
140. $60. Jamie Carr 140.
Yeah, rather lapse throw, but a 140 on here for Jamie Atkins. Needs double 10. That's exceptional, and there's that aggression that you were saying about that. Really is channeling it very well.
Game on.
In terms of a match play, in terms of gameplay, this so far is the performance of the week from Jamie Atkins. And he's going to have to need to react again here because Danny Jansen's been here before. He's had a tour card, he's won a Pro Tour, he's won Challenge Tours. He knows that you don't win those titles without facing adversity, without facing moments like Jamie Atkins continues to serve up to him.
96. $134.
Pure quality from Danny Jansen. Jamie Atkins just hit him with a 140 finish. A big leg. And now Danny Jansen. 5 power trebles from his opening 6. There's not much you can do about this if you're Jamie Atkins, other than just try and keep that focus and concentration for the next leg that may not be far away.
Yeah, outstanding here from Danny Jansen. Down to a 2-dart checkout after just 9 darts. Potential incoming 11-dart leg here for Jansen.
Game shot at
I had to settle for 12, but I'm sure he'd settle. A level game here, 2 apiece. Really isn't much to separate them. You can see the levels that both these players have got.
And that's why I wanted to really emphasise the point of the advantage of throw, because there's not much to separate them. That could be the only thing that separates them.
140.
Jamie Atkins' 2 treble hitting in this game has been absolutely incredible. Just take a look at those
94.
numbers. Jamie Atkins, who said, can he raise it? Can he take the levels up? Can he find that composure? He's found so much more. This is the best we've ever seen from him on the Super Series stage.
46.
Yeah, slight slip there from Jamie
60.
Atkins, but not one that Danny Jansen really has taken advantage of.
Another 2 treble visit there from Jamie Atkins. Both just well and truly in the zone right now. This coming to the conclusion
96.
of leg number 5, and they've been playing for 6 minutes. It has been fast, it has been quality. It's been everything you'd want in a semi-final.
Jamie Carr 79.
This to go within 1 leg of a place in the final. Needs tops. Has to move across just to get the angle.
59. Daniel Carr won.
Find it.
Oh, it's on. Jamie Atkins was an interested bystander there. The head was up watching the board. The second he knew he was getting a chance, the head was down, focusing on his own darts, his own processors. He couldn't have got that any closer. But he can get it in. A leg away from gracing the final here at the Super Series for the first ever time. Just look at those legs. Those first 4 especially. 14, 13, 12 and 12. That is enough to grace any stage around the world.
Yeah, exceptional from both players.
96.
A lot of it comes down to that power scoring. Those 2 treble visits there, as you can see, for Jamie Atkins. Danny Jansen not laying down, he's not had enough. Wants to take it to that last leg shootout where anything can happen. Things can tense up when it's all or nothing.
Yeah, and the way both these have played, it does feel like it deserves a last leg shootout.
A real treat of darts this evening. High paced, high quality.
139.
Just trying to locate a treble, can't. We'll be back, but Jamie Atkins could put on a bit of pressure here.
59. Daniel Carr, 92.
The freedom of a
52.
setup shot here. Atkins can just hit and hope for an opportunity. Hope that Danny Jansen fluffs his lines. He's done his job.
40.
He's down.
Daniel Carr, 40.
Will he get a go? This could get tricky. Double 15 to take us the distance. That's kicked.
Ten.
Yeah, that was awkward, and now match-winning opportunity here for Jamie Atkins for a place in the final. Understandably just taking his time.
Chooses to split. Jansen's put the darts away. The hands are on the hips. He thinks he's gone. And he is. And look what it means to Jamie Atkins. The third time he's been here at the Super Series. The first time he is through to a finals night. And he is going all the way to the final, to the grand game, where he may be booking himself a place in Champions Week here on Series 9. Danny Jansen, a quality game. He's been a quality operator throughout the week. But he departs us as Jamie Atkins departs the stage to prepare for his final match, the final game of week number 7. And just look at those stats. A 140 checkout, a 12 darter, a 98 average. If he can repeat that, he could be in the winner's enclosure. But who will he play? Will it be Cam Crabtree or the favourite to win the week, John Henderson, who are both coming up next?
Welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where Jamie Atkins has made it through to the final following a 4-2 victory against Danny Jansen in our first semi-final. Now, the atmosphere has gone up a notch, and you can understand why, because our second semi-final is a game that could grace a final here, a Champions League final here. Can Crabtree and John Henderson going toe-to-toe? These are the two bookmakers' favourites at the beginning of the week to go on and lift the title. Only one of them can make the jackpot match. And if the game is as good as the atmosphere, we've got quite the classic.
Opportunities that he shall get no more of. But there is no hope for Aidan Kirk. John Henderson.
What a game this could be. The crowd know how massive a match this is. Can Crabtree against John Henderson? It really is a heavyweight encounter. Two players who have had success on this stage. Can Crabtree winning a couple of weeks. John Henderson having possibly the year of his life in 2024, having won 2 seniors majors. These are two perennial winners going toe-to-toe. There is no losing in their DNA. And if they lose this game, their chances of winning a Super Series title in 2024 come to an end. A lot at stake. And in the commentary box for the big match is Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thanks very much, Henry. Yeah, it really is a lot at stake for both these guys. And as you can hear, there's a bit of support in the crowd for Cameron Crabtree. And I think with Cam, you mentioned it before, with regards to Danny Jansen, possibly doesn't enjoy it quite as much as some players. But I think Cam, he really does soak up the atmosphere here on a Saturday. He is a 2-time winner. Hendo has won 1 trophy here, but it was on debut. It was a long time ago. And arguably very similar campaigns to get to this position. Hendo suffered the disappointment of losing 4-1 in his opener, but then found just extra gears to win 4-1 to confirm his place in the semi-final, but faces Group 2 winner in Cam Crabtree.
Very similar context as well when John Henderson won that
Thank you,
week.
ladies and gentlemen. First leg count is the first. Game on.
John Henderson had just come off the Pro Tour at the point he came here to the Super Series. He went to Q School, he went to the Challenge Tour, then came straight down to Portsmouth. He was playing a lot of darts then, and he's in the same sort of mode now. And he alluded to at the start of this week that that's what really benefits his game.
41.
Probably find that he doesn't practice as much now, because when you're playing so regularly, you don't need to be
59.
spending too much time on the practice board.
Yeah, and I think practice is something that obviously every player understands, every player appreciates, but there is no better way of honing your skills than actually playing in those tournaments. Nothing prepares you for tournament play other than playing in those tournaments just themselves. And I'd say John Henderson has had a lot of success
61.
recently. And it's great to see him enjoying it.
Oh, absolutely. We do get caught up in all the different sides, or the main story, should we
36.
say, in regards to who wins the title, the prize money that's available, the development of the sport, all these big main headlines. But ultimately, you don't first pick
100.
up a set of darts because you want the money. You pick up a set of darts because it's fun. And if John Henderson's been able to rediscover that and find that, then he's in a very, very happy place when you can
87.
enjoy the sport you're playing. And ultimately, as it's his profession, there's no more greater achievement in life than when you can enjoy your job.
100.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you go back to that interview that we heard him earlier on tonight, and when he lost his tour card, it's one of those places that you think, oh, God, what do I do now? He had it for so long. But the opportunities here at Modus Super Series, and obviously what he's doing on the seniors, just made a world of difference. And that with a worldie there from Cam Crabtree.
Well, cast your mind back a couple of
Take away
years.
John through
If you didn't have a
first,
tour
game
card,
on.
you weren't playing darts. Now we are going into the COVID days here, but the PDC Pro Tour was pretty much the only darts that was running at one point until
85.
the birth of products such as what we're watching now. And there wasn't a lot of opportunity to play. So if you lost your card around them sort of times,
140.
Who knows where your career could have gone? We've seen players completely disappear who lost their card in that period of time because they just haven't been able to recover.
180.
Iconic bellow there from referee Paul Hinks. The 180 going the way of Henderson.
100. $44.
Unable to back it up there, and a little mini opportunity here for Crabtree.
97.
Yeah, well, it's Crabtree who's going to get the first chance at a finish in the second leg, but John Henderson's going to be on something a lot more achievable.
126. Come to 164.
Oh, could you imagine? He's just taken out a 1-2-4 in the opening leg, but he rounds that off beautifully to leave himself tops after 12. Hendo under pressure. It's only going to be a dart. But it's all he needs.
John Henderson.
Another quality semi-final unfolding.
Fiddler Camden through first. Game on. $58.
Could it be said as well, what an absolutely fantastic audience we've got in here tonight. Before the game, as the players are coming out, noise, singing, enjoying
82.
themselves. Soon as game on is called, the very best of order. It's a bit like old school darts, this, isn't it, in this environment?
Yeah, we were talking about it, weren't we, in the break, the kind of the raucous
61.
chants and cheering, and I was quite impressed with the crab pincer movements in support of Cam Crabtree. But as you say, yeah, just affords every play.
99.
And I think it's right, because you're coming here to watch darts. You want the players to be able to produce the best possible darts. And this is an atmosphere that's really conducive to doing it. And they're just
100.
supporting that. They want to see the best darts themselves.
Inviting angle of entry there for Hendo. Looks
85.
well, it looked like he was going to put at least another one in there. He'll be disappointed with that return. Sometimes it's not just hitting the target, it's how the dart looks in the target that can make it look more inviting. I often use the comparison between netball and basketball. You know, netball's a lot harder because you're shooting into a hoop, where basketball you've got the
49.
backboard. And sometimes when you've got that dart in, it can act as that backboard, similar to a basketball.
100.
Oh, nice to see Danny Jansen out there in the crowd.
Yep, Danny Jansen's campaign ended in the last game. He went down 4-2 to Jamie Atkins. High quality game.
78.
Been a really good week for
125.
Danny Jansen. We wish him well in his campaign on the Challenge Tour in a couple of weeks' time, where he'll be trying to book himself a PDC Tour card. But Hendo's trying to book himself a place in the final here. He's been hit with a big finish by Cam in the opening leg, and he's just hit back with one of his own. 1-2-4 for Crabtree in leg one. Hendo joins in with a 108. But most importantly, Henderson's big finish gives him a break of throw.
140.
Yeah, Henderson there with the darts, threatening a maximum to kick us off.
100.
And this is one of the things I love about darts, especially watching it. You get very enveloped in the game, and you think that it's all going one way, and it just turns at any
60.
given moment. For want of a better word, momentum. It feels like it's now with Henderson.
40.
You know, what an awful time that is for a bounce out for Crabtree. He wasn't able to find a treble with the two darts that registered, so Hendo in big advantage city here. Certainly now.
140.
200 points clear, so even a maximum here for Crabtree wouldn't put him level, and he
100.
couldn't get down to a finish from 361, which means
161.
Henderson guaranteed 6 darts to put himself a leg away from the final.
Yeah, Henderson not needing to go for the 161, just opts to set up, and set up beautifully he does. And this is what I've enjoyed about John Henderson. He's going through the gears still.
100. Jonuka 24.
12s after 12.
Game
He's
shot
nearly
at
there.
fourth leg. John
He's a leg
Henderson.
away. Crabtree, though,
Fifth
in
leg
assessment
counted
of the
for first.
situation,
Game on.
he's only a break behind. Although he needs to win 3 legs, he will have the advantage of throw in 2 of them.
100.
But for me, where Cam Crabtree kicked off very strong, started really well, has just drifted off.
140.
Henderson has got better as this game's gone on. Henderson's got better as the night's gone on.
$131.
Good switch there from Crabtree. And I like that forward thinking, going for the 51. Obviously then, if he hits a straight ton
44.
here, he knows he's going to be on a finish.
Composure under pressure. Something he's really demonstrated this evening.
100.
Not necessarily throughout the group campaign, but tonight, a different environment, a different atmosphere. And this is the night where you need to produce him. We've said all week,
41. Kamuka
this is the
170.
environment that brings the best out in Crabtree. When you have to produce, when you have to perform.
98.
You can just hear that bit of crowd involvement reacting to Cam Crabtree.
43. Kamuka 72.
He's got time here to keep this game alive, to keep it going.
52.
No panic stations yet. It doesn't matter. We often spin this narrative of, oh, Hendo's applying the pressure, but Crabtree's going to get 3 darts
93.
at a double, regardless of what
Kamuka
Hendo
20.
hits. And he knows that he's experienced enough to not buy into that moment.
No score. Jonuka 140.
Yeah, but just drags it down, and John Henderson here, 140 required for a place in the final against Jamie Atkins.
60. Kamuka 20.
Third opportunity for Crabtree to get this leg done, but this time you feel it has to go. Hendo in striking range.
Game shot at fifth leg.
Just like we were
Cam
saying,
Crabtree.
one thing that does not suit Cam Crabtree's game is a little bit of
6 leg
comfort.
John to throw first.
He needs
Game
that
on.
urgency, and that urgency is now. He has to break the
Thank
throw
you.
of John Henderson here, or Henderson's in the final, and Crabtree will be joining Danny Jansen on the bench.
28.
And that is a very early mistake there from John Henderson. Really does offer a real opportunity here for Cam Crabtree.
Oh, that's a dream scenario for Crabtree, and that's why he's just taking his time here, not rushing into the shot, trying to make sure that he's controlling his
97.
emotions rather than them controlling him. Another quality sign of the composure that he's developing within this sport.
140.
Yeah, it's a real test of character, isn't it, in this position for both players, really.
60.
Henderson knows he's got the advantage of 3. He's kind of thrown that away. If it does go 3 apiece, it's Cam Crabtree that then gets that advantage. And we discussed it in the previous match. It's huge
60.
in these short format games.
Both coming up dry on the trebles here. That one very tricky. But
99.
he finds a way past. Literally every dart being thrown with emotion right now.
57.
That is 3 trebleless visits now out of the 4 that John Henderson has had. Crabtree will sense the chance and he leaves himself handy. Hendo needs to reply in kind. Well, this could be going the distance.
Henderson just perhaps struggling just to find his feet, find his rhythm. He's a very rhythmical player.
But he wouldn't throw until he found it, would he? Needed to make sure that he was set and he was how he wanted to throw the dart, and he was. But hang on. What an incredible finish that is from Crabtree. 105, 124. 2 big finishes for Cam. Timing. He has broke the throw of John Henderson. He is a leg away from the final himself, and he has the darts in the final leg.
Yeah, big pause, but a sporting moment once again there from John Henderson, who just gives him a wee tap on the back, a wee pat on the back, just to say, yeah, well done, mate.
22.
Oh, and that's that angle of entry coming against Crabtree there. Blocked it, and then the next 2 darts hitting the flight. All week he's somehow managed to find a way past them, but not on this occasion. And Hendo applies the punishment.
Well, we said in leg 6 when John Henderson kicked off with 28, that was so inviting for Crabtree. Well, can Crabtree just
58.
return the favour in a sudden death leg?
$100.
You can see the Crabtree family, the support for Cam. I don't even think they can really look.
Well, he did the hard work to get to this last leg. He was 3-1 down here. He's pulled it back. A couple of big finishes there aided his case. But he's thrown 9 darts. Hendo's thrown 6, and he's still 60 points behind. The advantage of throw has gone for Cam Crabtree. It is in the hands of Hendo. 325 requires a maximum visit, which he's not going to find.
57.
Yeah, couldn't actually find the treble target at all. So once again, it's Henderson with a real advantage here to find a spot in the final.
134.
What a find that was from Henderson. Crabtree has to find a way down to a finish, which means he needs a treble with the last dart. Not going to find. Henderson's got 6 darts from here.
$27.
One match start come and gone for John Henderson. He knows he'll be back. He knows he will have more. Cam Crabtree can only try and find a couple of trebles and hope he gets a chance to come back to the hockey.
Game shot and a match.
But he will not. John Henderson gets over the line. It was a quality semi-final. 3 big finishes aiding the drama. But John Henderson, who had a 3-1 lead and probably thought he was going to get the job done a bit sooner, was hit back hard there from Cam Crabtree. Henderson gets over the line in the end in the deciding leg. Crabtree departs. He will move to the bench to join Danny Jansen, where John Henderson will move through to the final. John Henderson, a 4-3 victory there over Crabtree, where he will now take on Jamie Atkins to see who will be picking up the Series 9 Week 7 title. Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Number 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosch.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to a night of sheer drama here at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, John Henderson won a mouth-watering semi-final against Crabtree in the last leg decider. Hendo went 3-1 up. Crabtree forced the last leg decider. Henderson went through 4-3 in the first semi-final. Jamie Atkins got the better of Danny Jansen by 4 legs too. That was another nip and tuck semi-final. So it sets up our final. It sees Jamie Atkins and John Henderson going toe-to-toe for the 7th spot through to Champions Week. All the action has been watched in the company of Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner. I don't know whether we got our breath back after those semi-finals, but just generally speaking, the quality, the drama, the theatre of what we've seen, that was the Modus Super Series at its absolute best.
What a fantastic night. What an absolute brilliant night. And I hope the final lives up to it as well. And I can't see any reason why it will not. We've got 2 quality players in there and they've earned the right tonight, because even the players that we've lost tonight have all put on a really good show. I'm just really glad we've got a good crowd in here tonight to witness this firsthand. And they played their part in the evening and how it's all felt, how the players have interacted with that as well. And that might be one of the things that have inspired the players to the performance that we've seen tonight, because it has been absolutely sublime.
And in particular, Jamie Atkins, first time in an environment like this. I know he's played county for a number of years, but in front of the cameras, with the pressure that the Super Series provides, in a semi-final against a player like Danny Jansen, who's been here, he's done it before, he looked like an accomplished player, a seasoned player on that stage in a big match, even though it's the first time he's played a game like this.
Yeah, that's kind of the best that we've seen, in my opinion, from Jamie Atkins. I think he had this real grit, this real determination, and Matthew and I were talking about it in commentary, in so much as, you know, this is the bread and butter. This is what players are used to. They're used to a knockout format. They're used to that not having a chance to come back, and that, I think, sometimes has drawn the best out of players. And I think that's what it's done with Jamie. Jamie knows now there's no kind of getting away with it. There's no coming back. There's no round robin. There's no other chance. It's all about the here and now.
And look how he handled it. A completely different demeanour. I've been pointing out. I can only say what I see. And I've been pointing out all the time, Jamie Atkins in those tense moments feels the moment. He shows you it feels the moment. We're not guessing. He shows you the drama and what it means to him. In that semi-final, it was controlled, focused aggression. Completely different demeanour. And that is knockout darts. And that's what Jamie Atkins always plays. That's why he felt more comfortable in that. And that's why he had that steely focus moving forward.
And Jamie Atkins is going to take on John Henderson in that final. That Atkins there of an embrace with Danny Jansen. Actually, we'll talk about Danny quickly first. What a week he's had. And the way that he's embraced the Saturday night, embraced the crowd, gave them a round of applause as he left. He's just such a likeable guy, such a cool guy who plays such great darts.
Yeah, and I think he might be disappointed. One of his best performances, especially of tonight, came in that semi-final where he just came across a better player in Jamie Atkins, in that moment. But lots of positives he can take away from it. But as you say, it's great to see him up there and kind of engaging with the crowd. Like, we're not quite sure how comfortable he is with all of that, but he's taken it on the chin. And it was also good when the players come out and they obviously watch and support the rest of the people that they played alongside each week.
Where do we begin with the second semi-final?
Well, I guess we should start with John Henderson winning the semi-final, because the way in which he did that, again, shown that what we've been talking about the whole time, the composure and the quality of being on a winning run. Because he was 3-1 up. He would have felt he had the job done. Crabtree hit him hard to get it back to 3-3. And what he was able to do in that moment, when you could see what it meant to Crabtree, he was standing back, he was taking a moment, he was trying to compose himself. You'd see what it really meant. And for Crabtree, this might be the last time he's here at the Super Series for quite some time. And he might have been thinking that as well in that moment, thinking, I might not get a second chance. I might not be back here. I might be a tour card holder before the new series starts. John Henderson stepped it up in that final leg. He's shown the quality. He's shown why he's been winning titles. And also shown Jamie Atkins that although Jamie Atkins beat him earlier on this evening by 4-1 in our opening game, that he's not going to have things his own way in this final.
But Crabtree, as Matt said, stuck it up to Henderson. Couple of big checkouts in there to take it all the way to a last leg decider. That was two players going ham and tong, but Cam, I can imagine that's going to be a sore one. That's going to hurt for a while, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, but even his reaction afterwards, he's a great sportsman as well, and I do appreciate that in players, because it's difficult. Any player in this competitive environment, when they lose, it's painful. However, Cam deals with it all in his stride, and that's great. But as you say, that 105 for me was absolutely sublime. To make it 3 apiece, massive checkout that was acknowledged by Henderson as well. Disappointed, I'm sure, but he'll be back to fight another day.
And that's something we kind of see here at the Super Series a lot. I mean, Danny Jansen's still in the crowd with his dad Marco supporting the players. Kevin Burnett, who didn't qualify here this evening, is also in the crowd this evening. Look, everybody wants to win. There's a big jackpot, £25,000 on offer. But there's a feeling that this tournament's a little bit different compared to your normal floor events or your TV events where you're sat on your tables with your own people. You have to converse with people, meet different people. And it almost feels as if you get brought into your own bubble when you're here at the Super Series.
I can fully vouch for that statement, absolutely. So I played on the Pro Tour for 11 years, of which people I would actually go out for dinner. I mean, you chat to everyone, you talk to everyone, everyone's friendly, everyone gets on. But there's a difference between speaking to people in the venue and being friends with people to the point you'll go outside of it. Now, when I was here, certainly in the venue in Southampton, you're in a Group A with 5 other people. All 6 people will go out to dinner together in the evening, and there's just a little bit more. Because you're sort of isolated in your own room, there's a little bit more conversation, a little bit more friendliness goes on between the players here. You're sort of isolated away from family and friends that you can take with you to other events such as the Pro Tour. You don't have things like your phone, so you've not got access to communication with friends and family. So you end up just communicating more with the people that are there. And you form new friendships and relationships with the people in the back room.
Don't surprise me you didn't have any friends on tour. Anyway, moving on to next week's players. This is the lineup for week 8. And so Scott Taylor, Jim McEwen and Marvin van Velzen, the reigning champion, all going to be in action on Monday morning. Marvin defending the title that he won in August. Gary Stone in Group B. We're going to be seeing a lot of him towards the end of 2024 here. Scott Baker returns in Group C. But look, there's only one place to start, Matt, and that's Marvin van Velzen, the defending champion, the player who won it back in August. He did so in his stride. He has a great personality. He plays this game in an attacking style with a bit of flair. He's the type of player that you want to see flourish because of the way he goes about the sport.
That would be the way you described Scott Taylor as well. Before Scott Taylor won a series, we haven't seen that Scott Taylor since. You wouldn't have described Jim McEwen in the same sense, in the flair, because he's a little bit more methodical. However, since he won a series, he's not been the same at the Super Series. So there's a bit of a pattern. Conan Whitehead, the first ever winner of the Super Series, has struggled to get through a week since. So there's been a bit of a pattern when people win this, that they don't go on to repeat the feat. Only Luke Littler's been able to do so. So Marvin van Velzen's now got a lot of attention on him that wouldn't have been there before. So yes, we can spin the narrative of he's going to come here and he's done all these things before, but now he comes here with different eyes on him. Does he come here as the favourite? Does he come here with expectations? And does he feel them as well? Would be a very interesting thing, and we'll find out from Monday.
Well, these are the players that the winner of Week 8 will join at Champions League. The winner of the final between Jamie Atkins and John Henderson will join at Champions League. Laura, is 6 weeks in. 4 of the 6 players have already played at a Champions League before. Andreas Harrison has won a title. Tom Sykes has lost a final in a Champions League. You look at it already, and that is a fairly stacked line. That is going to be tough for somebody to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously they all know what it's like to win on that stage. As you say, Andreas Harrison knows what it's like to win the Champions Week. But yes, it's already stacked. You've got Darius Labanauskas in there, Andy Hamilton, obviously with Paul Hogan and Kai. It's anyone's guess. And if I'm here on Champions Week, I will have splinters because I don't know how you call that.
Well, I'm going to ask you both to call the final. John Henderson against Jamie Atkins. What do you think the key differences are going to be? What's the key turning points potentially in this final?
Experience could play its part, because John Henderson's been here. He's been in this game before. He's won that. Jamie Atkins has never been on that stage on the Saturday night before. He's handled it well. He really has. However, in a final, can he do it again? I've known Jamie a long time. I know he's got the quality. I know he can do it. But I just think the form that John Henderson's in, I've backed him at the start of the week. I said I think he could go on and do it. I can't go against my initial gut feeling. I've got to see it through.
There's a real relaxed nature about Jamie Atkins as he warms up ahead of the final. How do you think he'll be taking this, Laura?
Yeah, I think it just goes back to the opportunity. He's in the final. He wants to win it. They both want to win it. They both know that they've got the levels, they've got the gears, they can both perform on that stage. They've proven that already. I think it's almost, to me, who can hold it all together? It's that emotion, because we've seen so much emotion from Jamie. If he can channel it like he did in the semi-final, and we see that aggression and that version of him, then I think he's going to be a real handful for Hendo. Hendo's just been a bit slow to warm up in nearly all of his games so far tonight, but he's got better and better as the evening's gone on. It's tough. It's experience versus, I think, emotion. I think it's how Jamie's going to feel up there.
Well, Laura, Matt, thank you very much. One more job for you two to do, and that's to watch the final in the commentary box. It's Jamie Atkins, John Henderson for the 7th spot at Champions Week.
And he is. And look what it means to Jamie Atkins. But he will not. John Henderson gets over the line.
Here we go then. Time for the final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And I'm sure it's going to be a cracking affair between John Henderson and Jamie Atkins. The winner will have the 7th spot through to Champions Week at the beginning of December. Now, both players have got their own little bit of history on offer. Jamie Atkins looking to make it through to Champions Week for the first time. It's the first time he's been through to a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Whilst for John Henderson, if he wins this evening, it will be the biggest gap between Champions Week appearances. He appeared in Series 2. He could do so in Series 9. The longest gap, Chaz Barstow, Series 1 to Series 6. So a bit of history on the line. 2 top players going toe-to-toe. Henderson against Atkins. And it's going to be described in the company of Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Here we go. One more game to see who's going to pick up the Series 9 Week 7 title and put themselves through to Champions Week. Jamie Atkins, it's got to be said, this is the game of his life so far. An opportunity to become a weekly winner here at the Super Series, and a very sizable paycheck. Probably the biggest paycheck he's ever picked up in his career so far. For John Henderson, this is going to feel slightly different. This is going to feel like just another one, another opportunity, another game, another match.
Game on.
Another chance to get his hands on that trophy like he's done before. He does have the advantage of the throw, something he would have won
49
in the back room. This is the only game for which there is a bullseye in the practice room.
100.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with you in terms of the dynamic between these two. As you say, for Jamie, this is new territory, but also for John Henderson, he's been quite used to winning a lot lately. He just wants to probably keep that feeling, keep it going. Doesn't want the disappointment of getting all the way to a final, a culmination of a week's work, and just get pipped at the post.
You've made a great point there. He's used to winning. And that's how you can turn things around. You can be 3-0 down, you can be 3-1 down, and when you're just used to winning, you don't fear the loss. You just expect that at some point you're going to be able to turn the game around and change your fortunes and ultimately win the title.
135.
Reminder, these two have already played once this evening. This is that weird thing about a Saturday night. Sometimes you can beat a player and they can come back and haunt you later on in the evening. Jamie Atkins
100.
opened the evening in a game against John Henderson and he beat him by 4 legs to 1.
Yeah, I just wonder if that's just given
Jamie
a little target, an additional target on his back when it comes to Henderson. Henderson would be more than aware of how well Jamie can play, but kind of stings a bit when you're on the back end of a 4-1 loss.
21. Jonuka 120.
Not quite found his range yet, Jamie Atkins. Henderson unable to play around the dart. It was a little bit
42.
awkward.
Jonuka 140.
This would be on point. The finish is already taken out this evening. The cry there was from
100.
Jamie Atkins.
Jonuka
He fancied
78.
that. The angle of entry really supporting it.
A single 20 for double 20.
38. Jonuka 40.
A real opportunity here for Atkins just to get an early break of throat.
Game shot of first leg. Jamie Atkins.
It's an early breaker throw, and it's a big breaker throw because there's nothing early about
Jamie
a
to
best of
first.
7 game.
Game on.
No, it's a cutthroat format. Playing that best of 7, it's a real rapid race. I mentioned when we were chatting just a minute ago, Henderson has been a bit slow to get out of the traps in nearly every one of his matches, but the one against Aidan Kirk
97.
and the one against Crabtree's managed to turn around and pick up the pace and get better as the matches have gone on. He couldn't do that. He actually did the opposite. He started strong against Atkins and then filtered off.
140. $137.
I think the question marks are being answered very quickly here from Jamie Atkins. There was, can he keep those emotions in check? Can he keep that steely focus, that controlled aggression going into the final? Well, the answer in the early part of this is certainly yes. And the more positive things that happen on the dartboard, the more he's going to be able to sustain that, to buy into that theory, to buy into that psychology, to allow that to run him through this final.
Jamie Carr 167.
Chasing a treble does find one.
157.
Could be an all-important one.
$139. Jamie Carr 74.
And he brings it down to a double. An unusual selection there for Henderson to leave the double 9. But Atkins may be on the ball.
26. John Carr 18.
Well, I don't think he was too happy with that one.
Yeah, didn't leave much for interpretation there.
Well, he couldn't have got any closer than that, John Henderson. 2 well-thrown darts, Jamie Atkins. That phase tells you everything. He didn't expect this chance. He thought the chance had gone. He's going to get 2 at double 16. Just checking the score, making sure there's no errors. It's an ideal marker.
16.
Doesn't use it.
John Yorker, 18.
And as things in this second leg just start to not quite go to plan for Jamie Atkins, you can see that emotion creeping in. You can see it starting to perhaps unravel, but he's going to come back. He's going to get another chance.
But again, the facials of Jamie Atkins on that miss. Someone who's really engaged with every single moment. He's playing the emotional side of the game at the moment. He just needs to detach himself from that, get back to what's got him to this point.
$24.
And I'm not too surprised to see him miss that opportunity. He's starting to get engaged. He's getting embroiled. And if we're noticing this, I'm sure John Henderson is as well.
Game show in the second leg. John
Henderson
Henderson.
Us up at one apiece.
Third
Shake of
leg
the head
John
there. He
first.
knows.
Game on.
He afforded Jamie Atkins far too many chances, but as you say, Jamie not able to take any of them.
Just rewind yourself to that semi-final when Danny Jansen missed an opportunity. The second it was missed, Jamie Atkins head down looking at his darts. He's preparing himself for his shot. This one we're getting, I don't want to say theatrics, but sort of
93.
expressions to sort of paint the picture of the game. And you do that at times. You get drawn into it, especially when there's cameras on as well. But that's what we're here for, Jamie. We'll paint the picture of the game.
125.
He's kind of creating his own oohs and ahs as
he's
throwing.
And that's just emotional attachment to the moment. Very easy to get drawn in. As we say, this is the game of his life.
100.
It would be a mighty scalp. He has beat John Henderson already on the opening game. However, the context of this one would be so much bigger.
And a really well timed 180 there for Jamie Atkins. It's easy 188 as Henderson can't tee up the double.
Jamie Yorker, 88. $60. John Yorker, 81.
Two more missed opportunities for Jamie Atkins. Now 1 from 9 on the doubles. They're the only opportunities he's going to get in this leg. Jamie Atkins was looking at a possible 11 darter there. Instead, he's lost a leg, and that's the touch of quality that John Henderson has. And the difference there, John Henderson just taking it all in his stride. He's seen it before, he's done it before.
100.
Experience is a big factor in games like this.
Yeah, for me, Jamie Atkins is kind of having like two battles. Obviously, the one on the dartboard against Henderson, but there's this kind of internal turmoil that you're kind of seeing coming out, and it's those key opportunities he's missing now.
And that's the harder battle of them all. The battle against yourself.
57.
To find the composure in these crazy scenarios.
$100.
As you say, Henderson would have played plenty of players over the years that he would have seen this happen. And you kind of just let it carry on, let them do what they're doing, and you just focus on the task in hand.
$81.
Just feels like he's picking up the pace a little bit now, Jamie Atkins. Sometimes that is a way to combat if you feel like you're getting a bit too much adrenaline going through the body. Adrenaline's not always a bad thing.
95.
Just how you channel it.
112.
That slip from Henderson into the fives now has offered Jamie Atkins a couple of visits here at the 112, should he need them.
Game show the fourth leg.
Turns out just needed the one visit. Two apiece.
I think he needed that. Sometimes you need a clean kill, a nice combination finisher like that 112. When you're 1 from 10 on the doubles, when you feel like you're giving away the
100.
opportunities, he could have won every leg.
He could be home and dry, and with the check and the trophy.
57.
It's the key quality you need, isn't it, as a dart player? There are so many good players out there who can
100.
throw a dart into a treble, throw a dart into a... They can do all these things, but doing it when you need to and doing it as reactive play, when your
58.
opponent's doing something or you've made mistakes, recovery. That's the thing that makes you a quality player rather than someone who can just hit targets. And we're seeing that here from Jamie Atkins.
95.
Yeah, there are certain players, isn't there, that, you know, when their back's against the wall, when they're under that kind of pressure, they can really produce.
180.
There you see Jamie Atkins produce the 180. Absolutely nothing to separate the two. 2 legs apiece, 206 points.
But what does separate them is that bullseye still in the back room, John Henderson.
60.
Who has just made a mess of that one. This would be reactive play that we was just talking about, but it's not working here for Atkins. He now needs a treble just to leave himself any sort of finish.
21. Jonica 146.
That could be a big moment in this final.
Well, it's huge, isn't it? Because it's afforded
60.
a couple of opportunities, a couple of visits for Henderson, who just keeps chipping away.
It's allowed Henderson to sort of stumble towards the finishing line here. 2 visits there without a treble.
96. Jonica 86.
Ooh, a slip. Henderson needs to be perfect from here. He can recover the situation, but he needs to find a treble. He doesn't. An unlikely opportunity for Atkins, who head is down. This is what we're seeing in the semi-final from Atkins.
89.
Not going along with it. Not the theatrics. Head down, looking at the darts.
Yeah, slip from Atkins, but a good recovery. And a chance at the outer ring.
57. Jonica 8.
You feel that's another chance. Come and gone there for Atkins. Henderson just working his way in.
Shot of the fifth flag.
Works his way in beautifully. It's 3-2, but here's Atkins with the darts in this 6th leg.
First. Game on.
And you know, Laura, we've played the game ourselves. When it's the last dart in hand, it hurts so much more.
Yeah, he just kind of gets to that point. You're like, all right.
81.
Yeah, the disappointment of missing the double. You think, right, I'm not coming back. 1 dart goes. Yeah, still not coming back. 2 darts goes. Oh, I might be coming back. In it goes. As soon as you let yourself believe, you know they're going to hit it.
140.
Snatch it away from you, don't they? Well, this is it for Atkins. No more mistakes allowed.
58.
He could have won every single one of these legs. He's had chances. He's acquitted himself well in this final. But is this the moment that John Henderson starts to assert his quality?
134.
We spoke about panic stations, didn't we, when it came to Jansen earlier. I don't think Jamie's panicking. I just think he's desperate to hold on.
123.
So wants this title.
Yeah, he's gone up there just thinking purely of win, and ultimately can affect the performance.
104.
That's what they're playing for. That's what John Henderson is 104 points away from holding once again. He's going to need a couple of visits, but he's earned the luxury of time here by completely outscoring Jamie Atkins.
24.
Slight fluffing of the lines there by Henderson, but as you say, time is on his side, and Jamie Atkins now at that hit and hope situation, hoping to hit and hoping to get back at the board.
60.
He gets down to a finish.
80. Game.
And that is it.
On the match. and the winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 9, Week 7, John Henderson.
For the second time, John Henderson has picked up a weekly title here at the Modus Super Series. Jamie Atkins, what a week he has had. He's got through to the final on his third time here. I'm sure we are going to see plenty more of Jamie Atkins here at the Modus Super Series. He was so close, a couple of darts away, a couple of legs away from picking up a title, but John Henderson is the latest player to book himself through to Champions Week, the 7th player to do so. An 84 average does the job. John Henderson is your weekly winner.
Indeed he is. For the second time, John Henderson reigns at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 7 series ago he did so for the first time. It's the largest gap between first and second win in this competition. John Henderson, the winner, beating Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 2 in the final. And for the second time, he is a weekly winner. He is relieved. He is almost ready to hold the trophy aloft. And these are the players he's going to be joining at Champions Week. The former champion, Andreas Harrison's going to be there. Tom Sykes, who of course lost the final there, is also going to be at Champions Week. He's taken the congratulations of Crabtree and Danny Jansen, who stayed until the end. But it's John Henderson's night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And to crown him the champion, let's hand over to Paul Hicks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a fantastic night of darts tonight. I hope you've all enjoyed it because, to be honest, it's one of the best nights of darts I've ever refereed down at the Modus Super Series. What a great night. All 8 players, fantastic. Sorry, all 6 players, not 8. Getting carried away with myself. But there can only be one winner. And tonight, the winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 9, Week 7, it's the Highlander, John Henderson!
Never has he felt that feeling as often in his career. John Henderson, for the second time, a Super Series champion, winning titles on a regular basis, of which he has never done so before in his career. Soaking up the adulation of the crowd. He's going to head upstairs, have a chat with himself and Law in a second. He doesn't even want the trophy. He's got so many in his cabinet at this present moment in time. But when he does depart the stage, he's effectively got a convoy of players waiting to congratulate him. Laura Turner's going to be congratulating him alongside myself in a few moments' time. What a winner. What a champion. What a man John Henderson is.
Yeah, and what a recovery as well in terms of, losing that first match, lost 4-1. It's a heavy scoreline. Not many players recovered from that kind of score, but he found a way, didn't he? Beat Aidan Kirk 4-1 himself, and then never really looked back. Just got better and better, and he just showed his experience and his quality, didn't he, in that final match? Just held it all together, nice, calm, composed, everything you expect from John Henderson, and that he just doesn't want to stop the winning feeling.
Did that final boil down to the experience of John Henderson in comparison to the relative inexperience of Jamie Atkins?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that inexperience can't win either. We've seen it here. We've seen debutants pick up titles, and obviously it was Jamie's first time in making the Saturday. But I think it was just wanting it a little bit too much for Jamie Atkins, and for John, it was just relying on the fact that he knows how to win. I know how I'm playing. I'm doing really well, and just seeing the match out.
When you're in that vein of form where you're at the peak of your powers, you're at the top of the game, is there almost points where you feel like, whatever build I'm going to walk into, I feel like I'm going to take home the trophy?
You definitely have the confidence, don't you? You come in with the confidence, and that's key to winning matches, winning tournaments, winning titles. When you've had the winning feeling, you know how to do it, and you know how to do it on the stage.
He knows how to do it. John, many congratulations. Well done for winning this week. This is becoming a bit of a familiar feeling, isn't it? John Henderson talking to us after winning big tournaments. This is your second big one on the TV in the space of a month or so. This is almost like winning tournaments on a basis that maybe you've never had before in your career?
Probably. But once you get into that winning feeling, you get the confidence. If I'm being honest, when I played my second game of the night, I thought I was going. I thought I needed to win 4-0. So when Aidan got that one leg, I thought I was gone. So I went backstage and 1-4-1, and no, you're still in. So that was got the belief, and then I played the way I did, and maybe it wasn't pretty. I don't know the averages, but good to go over the line though.
Let's talk about the night. Talk about college. I want to talk about that semi-final against Cam, because that was a blockbuster. It swung one way or another. You went 3-1 up. Cam took it all the way. In that final leg, did you feel like you just had this composure, maybe that experience of being in that position a number of times before, that just got you over the line a little bit?
Definitely. I knew he had the crowd. So, and I thought, well, hopefully the pressure will get to him with having the crowd. Maybe, I don't know if Cam's used to that. I'm not used to having the crowd against me, so. But no, it was, I knew I had to play well against Cam, because I played well against him 3 times this week, and I've got the better of him, so. Hopefully he was thinking about me more, and I'm thinking about him. So when I got in front of him, I thought I was quite comfortable. So.
And then that final against Jamie Atkins, it felt like it was a final that hinged on a few key moments. Jamie missed a few doubles, a couple of key legs, and you were able to pick up on those pieces.
Yes, same again. I think Jamie had the crowd, which I totally get, absolutely totally get. And I just played my own game, and I just did what I needed to do. Just won treble visits and hit my doubles, and it's great to get over the line, because it's been a while since I've won one of these, so I'm so delighted to get over the line here.
That double 10, you can see on the monitor there. What was that feeling like when that went in?
Well, double top's my pal, as you know, Henry, Ken, but no, to hit that double 10, it was more relief than anything, Ken. So, no, it's good to get another win here. I take all these wins as though I win a major. I kid you not, I really do. So to win a Modus Super Series is like winning, the World Cup, but it's like winning a major. Honestly, I take them all the same, so delighted to go over the line, honestly.
And it's so nice, Lou, isn't it, to hear a player of John Henderson's stature and CV to talk about this tournament, talk about a win in this tournament in such glittering terms.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at the field and all the players that you've had to beat, obviously you've topped Group A. That's no mean feat in itself. Had your feet up for a couple of days. I mean, I don't know if you were doing any practicing. I've had this discussion with you before. When you won your first one, I think you played in Group A, but then won through via Group B. You've won Group A before, but this is the first time you've come through Group A and then picked up the title. So I don't know if the prep was different.
I've never thrown a dart since Wednesday night or Wednesday. So it was just a case of relaxing. Obviously, it's no secret I've got an issue with my knee, but touch wood, it's no affected me this week. So, but no, it was just a case of relaxing, and I didn't even watch the game. I didn't even know my group until I came in here the day. So I just kept myself, watched a bit of TV, and I came in here, and what will be will be.
Is ignorance sometimes bliss?
Aye, definitely. Aye, it is. Honestly, it is. It was, but to win one of these, it's magic. It really is. It's kind of makes you. It's 5, 6, 7 days. Absolute. You've got to be on your game, and as Laura said, it was a hard group. Crabtree's playing so well. Danny Jansen's playing so well. Jamie Atkins, he's one to look out for in the future. My good pal Robert. It was to come through that. It was. I'm sorry if I've missed out names, but it was so tough week. Glad to come through it.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second, John. Myself and Laura are going to round up the whole evening. These are the results from tonight's action, and what a night we saw. In both groups, we're actually within a couple of legs of 2 9-dart shootouts. I think that's the only way tonight could have possibly been topped. I'm not sure any of the players would have wanted to have been involved in any of them. But it was a night full of drama. It was a night filled with tension. Everything kind of like amalgamated together. You had a really good crowd. You had 6 really good players who were all on. Even the 2 players around in the group, Aidan and Martin, can count themselves unlucky. Everything about tonight just fell into place beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. We kind of had it all. Maybe not a big fish or a 9-darter. I'm waiting for this 9-darter on a Saturday. But no, it was just filled with drama, filled with entertainment. There was those key moments where players missed darts at double and allowed other people to kind of step in. And we just, you thought you knew which way the results were going, and then it just all turned around. So for me, it's been a very exciting night, and it's played out brilliantly.
And finally for you, John. Now, the last time you won a week, you won in week 12, and you had to play the Champions League. You had to play the Monday of the Champions Week thereafter. You had to play a lot of darts in a short space of time. Do you feel like this time around, because of the week that you've won, right in the middle of the series, you've got a couple of other events, Challenge Tour, Seniors to go after that. Do you think the timing of Champions Week and the time of the week that you've won may have worked out perfectly for you to go and win the main title now?
Oh, well, hopefully I'm straight to Leicester for here for the Pro Tours and then the Challenge Show. So it's all go for me. But no, I think I will maybe prepare better for the Champions Week than I did the last time. It was going from Q School to Challenge Tour to playing the 12th week in Modus, winning that, and then it was a bit much, even for me. But no, hopefully I can prepare better for Champions and give it a better go this time.
And these are the players you're going to be joining at Championship. This is an amazing field so far. The former champion Andreas Harrison, the former runner-up Tom Sykes, Darius Lamanowskis has made a semi-final at Champions Week. Kai Gott and Andy Hamilton making debuts. John Henderson joining as well. Incredibly, Laura, of the 7 players that have qualified for Champions Week, 5 of them have qualified before. There's a real strength in depth this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't surprise me. It's cream generally does rise to the top, and you've got some real high caliber names in there, and then you've still got another 5 to be added to the list. So yeah, it's definitely whoever wins that title will have thoroughly deserved it.
And some big names still to come. Hint, hint. But the big name and the big winner tonight is John Henderson. John, many congratulations. Been great watching you this week. Wish you all the very best, of course, at the Pro Tour in Sunderland for the Masters, and we shall see you back in December. Many, many congratulations. Laura, thank you so much for your company. It's been great fun watching the darts alongside you. And thank you for your company as well. We're back on Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. to see Week 8 get underway. But as far as Week 7 is concerned at the Super Series, well, we couldn't have a Super Series week without a big Hendo weekend, could we? Bye from us.
The new Modus Super Series champion, McEwen! Scott Taylor! Marvin Bird!
And now he's got double 11.
Anton Ufer.
Tumplus out tonight. And finally pins one. 107 goes. And Dubridge.
Special Gary Stone. That is incredible.
He's got to go for it. He's found it. What a way to announce his presence.
Double 8. And that's what Kirk Parry can do in a nutshell. Love it. Gotta love that. What a display from the person who's going to win this group.